realization that humans were far more mysterious than any alien had ever imagined. The silence in the hall was no longer just about fear, it was a silence of pure, heavy disbelief. For several minutes, the only sound was the deep, rhythmic snoring of the lion. Each breath the creature took sounded like a low-frequency hum that vibrated the metal benches. The alien cadets, who had been ready to run for their lives, were now frozen in place, staring at the sight of a human calmly petting the head of a galactic nightmare. Commander Vrax, the Krell instructor, was shaking with a mixture of confusion and rage. He had spent months telling the Academy that humans were a prey species that only survived through luck. Seeing his test turn into a nap time was an insult to his entire military career. Vrax finally found his voice, though it cracked slightly. "Cadet Leo," he roared from the safety of his high platform. "What is the meaning of this? Why has the beast not consumed you? Explain this trickery at once." The commander was convinced that Leo was using some kind of forbidden Earth technology, perhaps a hidden pheromone spray or a high-frequency jamming device that had broken the lion's brain. To the Krell, nature was something to be conquered or killed, never something to be befriended. They could not understand how a creature with teeth the size of daggers could choose to sleep instead of hunt. Leo didn't even look up from his digital textbook. He kept one hand moving slowly through the lion's mane, scratching a specific spot behind the ear that made the lion's back leg twitch in its sleep. "It's not a trick, Commander," Leo said calmly, his voice echoing in the still room. "He's just tired. Traveling across the galaxy in a small cage is stressful for anyone. He finally feels safe enough to rest. You wanted to see a predator, right? Well, even predators need 8 hours of sleep." The other cadets looked at each other, their many eyes wide with wonder. They had never heard anyone speak about a Death World monster with such casual sympathy. Vrax was not satisfied. He felt humiliated in front of his students. "I do not believe you," he screamed. He turned to his security team, who were still trembling behind their energy shields. "Security. Use the gravity prods. Move that creature back to its cage. The human has clearly drugged it." The security guards, 2 large aliens with 4 arms each, hesitated. They looked at the sleeping lion, which was the size of a small transport vehicle, and then at their glowing prods. Slowly, they stepped out from behind the shields. The atmosphere in the room tightened instantly. The cadets held their breath, sensing that the peaceful moment was about to shatter. As the guards approached, the lion didn't wake up fully, but its body changed. The snoring stopped. The tail, which had been limp, gave a single, sharp crack against the floor. One of the guards reached out with a long metallic pole to poke the lion's shoulder. Before the pole could even touch the golden fur, the lion's eyes snapped open. They weren't sleepy anymore, they were glowing with a fierce, predatory intelligence. In a flash faster than the alien I could follow, the lion let out a short, thunderous bark of a growl. It didn't stand up, but it showed its teeth, white, sharp, and terrifying. The guards screamed, dropped their equipment, and scrambled backward so fast they tripped over their own feet. They scrambled back behind the energy shields, gasping for air. The lion, however, didn't chase them. It looked up at Leo, who was still sitting there. Leo let out a small sigh and patted the lion's neck. "Shoo, it's okay, Simba. They're just jumpy," Leo whispered. The lion huffed, a sound of pure annoyance, and then put its head back down on Leo's lap, closing its eyes again. It had sent a clear message: I am only peaceful because the human is here. If anyone else touches me, they die. The realization hit the room like a physical blow. The lion wasn't drugged, and it wasn't broken. It was fully dangerous and fully awake. It had simply chosen Leo as its person. The alien cadets began to look at Leo with a new kind of fear. It wasn't the fear you have for a monster, it was the fear you have for a master. They realized that humans didn't need claws or armor because they had the ability to command the things that did. The weak human was sitting in the middle of the room with a living weapon of mass destruction as a pillow, and he was acting like he was bored. Commander Vrax stood paralyzed. As Leo turned a page in his book, the lion let out a long, happy snore. The lesson had truly begun, but it wasn't the lesson the Krell had planned. It was a lesson in the terrifying power of human friendship. Commander Vrax tried to regain control of the room, but his voice lacked its usual bite. He cleared his throat, a sound like dry gravel, and gestured toward the digital chalkboard. Despite this unexpected development, the lecture will continue. We are here to study the biology of Death World hunters. All cadets must remain in their seats. However, nobody was listening to the commander. All eyes remained fixed on the center of the room, where the massive lion was still using Leo's lap as a pillow. The physical presence of the animal was overwhelming. Every time the lion took a deep breath, its large ribs expanded, pushing against the desks and making the metal floor creak. The air in the room smelled of wild earth, a mix of dry grass, old dust, and raw power. A cadet named Tkar, a tall alien with 4 blue eyes and thin, insect-like limbs, slowly raised a trembling hand. "Human Leo," Tkar whispered, his voice shaking. "My biological sensors are giving me a red alert. They say that creature has enough jaw pressure to snap my armor like a dry twig. It is a biological engine of pure destruction. Why are you not a corpse? You have no protective shell. You have no poison. You are just skin and soft bone." The other cadets leaned forward, desperate for an answer. They had been taught that the universe was a place of constant war, where the strong ate the weak. Leo's survival defied every law of nature they knew. Leo looked up from his book and gave a small, tired smile. He continued to stroke the lion's thick, golden mane, his fingers moving rhythmically through the fur. "It's about a bond that goes back thousands of years, Tkar," Leo explained in a calm, steady voice. "On Earth, we didn't just hide from the monsters in the dark. We decided to talk to them. We offered them our fire for warmth and our food for their friendship. Eventually, we stopped being enemies and started being a pack. To you, he is a Death World hunter. To me, he is a cousin from the old neighborhood. He knows I am a human, and he knows that humans and lions have a very long, very complicated history of respect." The suspense in the room grew as Leo spoke. The idea of respecting a predator was completely alien to them. In the Krell Empire, you either killed a beast or you ran from it. There was no middle ground. Leo's voice was soft, but his words carried a heavy weight. "But you should be careful," Leo added, his eyes turning serious. "While he is sleeping now, he is still an apex predator. He has accepted me because I am calm. If any of you make a sudden move or show aggression toward me, his instincts will flip like a switch. He isn't just sleeping, he is guarding. I am his pack member, and he will protect his pack until his last breath." Commander Vrax tried to interrupt, his face turning a deep shade of angry purple. He hated how the attention had shifted away from him. "Nonsense. It is a mindless animal. It does not have loyalty," Vrax shouted, slamming his fist onto his podium. The loud bang echoed through the hall like a gunshot. Instantly, the atmosphere changed. The lion didn't jump up, but its snoring stopped. One golden eye opened halfway, glowing with a fierce, predatory light. A low, guttural vibration started in its throat, a sound so deep it made the cadet's teeth ache. The lion didn't even move its head, but it fixed its gaze directly on Vrax. It was a clear, silent warning: be quiet, or be food. Vrax froze mid-sentence, his fist still resting on the podium. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his scaly forehead. He realized that he was no longer the most powerful being in the room. The lion was the judge, and Leo was the only one who knew how to keep the judge happy. The cadet sat in total silence, afraid that even a sneeze would cause the lion to leap across the room. The tension was so thick it felt like electricity in the air. For the first time in the history of the academy, the students weren't afraid of the lesson, they were afraid of the silence. Leo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, dried strip of jerky he had saved from his morning ration. He held it near the lion's nose. The massive predator's nostrils flared, and its tail gave a single, heavy thud against the floor. With incredible gentleness, the lion opened its mouth, showing teeth as long as human fingers, and delicately took the meat from Leo's hand. It didn't snap or bite, it was as polite as a trained dog. The aliens watched this with a mix of horror and fascination. They realized that the weak humans possessed a secret weapon more powerful than any plasma cannon, the ability to turn the universe's most terrifying monsters into their most loyal friends. As the hour passed, the atmosphere in the lecture hall shifted from sharp terror to a deep, unsettling curiosity. The lesson on predator biology had been completely forgotten. Instead, the alien cadets were staring at Leo as if he were a ghost or a god. Commander Vrax sat silently at his desk, his eyes darting between the sleeping lion and the calm human. He was realizing that he had made a massive mistake. He had tried to use a monster to prove humans were weak, but instead, he had shown the entire academy that humans possessed a power no other species in the galaxy had ever seen. It was the power to look at death and see a friend. Tkar, the blue-eyed cadet, leaned forward as far as he dared. "Human Leo," he whispered, his voice filled with a strange respect. "In our histories, when we find a predator, we build walls. We build weapons. We stay away. But you say your people offered fire to these things. Why would you ever want to be close to something that can eat you?
Hay inventos que cambian el mundo y otros que parecen llegar desde un futuro que aún...
The other cadets nodded, their eyes wide. In the cold, logical galaxy, the human behavior seemed like a form of madness. They lived in a universe where everything was either a hunter or the hunted, and humans were breaking all the rules. Leo leaned back against his chair, his hand still resting on the lion's golden head. "It's because Earth is a lonely place if you're just a human," he explained. "We realized a long time ago that we aren't the strongest, and we aren't the fastest. If we fought everything, we would have died out. So, we did something different. We found the ones that were stronger and faster than us, and we made a deal. We told the wolves, the lions, and the hawks that if they protected us, we would keep them fed. We didn't just survive the death world of Earth, we mastered it by becoming the leaders of its most dangerous children. We are not just a species, we are a pack leader for an entire planet." The suspense in the room reached a new level as the aliens processed this. They realized that the lion wasn't the scary part, the human was. If a human could walk into a room and make a killing machine fall asleep like a baby, what else could they do? The Krell had always thought humans were soft because they liked music, art, and friendship. Now, they were seeing the dark side of that friendship. It was a bond built on the total dominance of nature. The lion didn't just like Leo, the lion recognized Leo as the alpha. The weak human was, in fact, the master of one of the most terrifying hunters in the known universe. Commander Vrax finally stood up, but he didn't shout this time. He looked at the data on his screen and then at Leo. "You are saying," Vrax started, his voice low and serious, "that if we ever went to war with Earth, we wouldn't just be fighting humans. We would be fighting every monster you have, friend." Leo looked Vrax right in the eyes, his expression cold and steady. "Commander, on Earth, we have a saying, beware the man who walks with wolves. We brought the dogs of war with us into the stars. This lion is just one of them. We don't need to be scary because our friends are scary enough for us." Suddenly, the lion let out a massive yawn. Its mouth opened wide, revealing 4 huge canine teeth that looked like ivory spears. The sound of its jaws snapping shut rang through the room like a heavy door closing. It shifted its weight, its massive muscles rippling under its fur, and then it snuggled even closer to Leo's legs. The alien cadets flinched, but Leo didn't even blink. He just reached down and adjusted the lion's position so it was more comfortable. The message was clear, the most dangerous predator in the room wasn't the one with the teeth, it was the one who wasn't afraid of them. The Krell's plan to humiliate humans had backfired, leaving the entire academy wondering what other friends the humans were hiding in the shadows of their home planet. The final bell of the session rang, its sharp metallic chime echoing through the vast training hall. Usually, this sound was followed by the frantic scraping of chairs and the loud chatter of hundreds of cadets eager to leave. But today, no one moved. The silence remained, thick and heavy. Every alien sat perfectly still, their eyes locked on the center of the room. The giant lion, sensing the change in energy, slowly opened its golden eyes. It let out a long, rumbling sigh and stretched its front paws forward, its claws, each the size of a kitchen knife, sliding out and digging into the floor tiles with a terrifying shriek sound. The cadets nearest to the aisle turned pale, pulling their legs back as far as possible. Commander Vrax stepped down from his high platform, though he stayed a very safe distance away. He gestured to a team of heavy-duty security droids that were hovering near the entrance. These droids were equipped with high-voltage capture nets and tranquilizer cannons. "The demonstration is over," Vrax announced, his voice still shaky but trying to sound commanding. "Cadet Leo, move away from the specimen. The droids will now escort the Predator back to its containment unit. We will use maximum force if it resists." The droids moved forward, their mechanical joints clicking, their red sensors locked onto the lion's heart. The lion felt the shift in the room. It stood up, its massive shoulders rising like a mountain of muscle. It sensed the cold, aggressive intent of the machines and let out a warning growl that made the very air vibrate. Its tail lashed back and forth, hitting the metal desks with the force of a whip. The security droids raised their weapons, and for a second, it looked like the hall was about to turn into a battlefield. The alien cadets began to scramble over their seats, desperate to escape. He placed a firm, steady hand on the animal's broad chest, right over its beating heart. "Easy, big guy. It's okay. We're just going for a walk," Leo said softly. To the shock of everyone, the lion's growl stopped instantly. The fierce light in its eyes softened, and it leaned its heavy head against Leo's shoulder, puffing a breath of hot air into his ear. Leo turned his head to look at Commander Vrax and the security team. "Put the guns away," Leo said, his voice cold and filled with a strange authority. "He's not a specimen, and he doesn't need to be hunted. If you treat him like a monster, he will act like one. If you treat him like a guest, he will walk out of here on his own feet." Vrax hesitated, looking at the peaceful beast and then at the small human who was controlling it with nothing but a few words and a touch. Slowly, the commander signaled the droids to power down. The red lights faded, and the machines moved back. With a final pat on the lion's flank, Leo began to walk toward the exit. The massive lion followed him perfectly, matching Leo's pace step for step. It didn't look at the other cadets with hunger, it didn't even acknowledge the Krell instructors. It only had eyes for the human. As they passed through the giant titanium doors, the cadets finally began to breathe again. They realized they hadn't just witnessed a survival test, they had witnessed a revelation. They had seen that humans didn't need the biggest guns or the strongest shields. They had the ability to turn the most violent forces of nature into loyal companions. As the doors hissed shut behind Leo and his golden friend, the great training hall remained silent for a long time. Commander Vrax looked at his empty arena and then at his own trembling hands. He realized that the Krell Empire had spent centuries trying to find the ultimate weapon, but they had been looking in the wrong place. They were looking for better technology, while the humans had found their power in the heart of a beast. The news of what happened in the classroom spread through the academy like wildfire. From that day on, no one ever called humans soft or weak again. The final lesson was learned by the entire galaxy: humans don't just walk among monsters, they lead them. If you see a human alone, you might think they are easy prey. But if you see a human who is calm and smiling, you should look into the shadows behind them. You might find a lion, a wolf, or something even worse, waiting for a single word from its master. The predator survival test was over, and the humans had won without firing a single shot. The galaxy was a much scarier place now, not because of the monsters, but because of the species that called them friends.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI slop. In the end, what's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it this way. My name's General G. Let's begin. I'm sorry to say this, little buddy, the human ambassador began from his seat at the Galactic Council meeting, but you won't last 3 seconds. Abby's antennae drooped as the words washed over him. He stood atop the massive council table, his small paws gripping the edge of the microphone stand that had been specially adjusted to accommodate his diminutive stature. The table stretched out around him like a vast plateau, and he could see the faces of dozens of species watching him from their seats in the amphitheater-style chamber. His bright orange fur bristled in indignation. His big dark eyes watched as he processed what the human had just said, and the fluffy pom-poms at the tip of his antennae quivered as he tried to suppress his rage. Being forced to stand on the table just to be seen at all had been humiliating enough. The Sativ were new to the Galactic Council, and the negotiations to join had been a months-long ordeal of being spoken to in condescending tones and generally treated like adorable pets rather than sentient beings with their own culture and achievements. Abby and his people had collectively decided that enough was enough. The moment they were officially granted membership and given the floor to speak, they would declare war on the most powerful species in the chamber. It was a calculated move designed to earn respect through demonstration of courage and martial prowess. Abby had spent hours studying the dossiers of every species present. He'd memorized their military capabilities, their territories, their temperaments. And he'd made his choice. The humans. They were legendary warriors, survivors of a death world called Earth, masters of violence. They were the species that made the other species nervous. If the Sativ could challenge them and prove themselves worthy opponents, every other member of the council would have to take notice. So, Abby had stood there on the table, his tiny chest puffed out as far as his furball body would allow, and declared formal war on humanity. He used every traditional phrase from Sativ warrior culture, invoking the names of their ancient heroes and promising to descend upon Earth like a storm of claws and fury. He'd expected shock, perhaps even fear. What he got instead was this casual dismissal, this patronizing little buddy nonsense, and the assertion that his entire species wouldn't last 3 seconds against humanity. Worse than that, though, was the reaction from everyone else. Abby's large eyes scanned the chamber, taking in the spectacle of universal mockery. The Aquarians in their water-filled environmental suits were producing steams of bubbles, their translucent bodies rippling with what could only be laughter. The avian Cree delegation was worse. Their high-pitched squeaking filled the air as their elaborate head crests stood fully erect, a sign of extreme amusement in their culture. Even the Morphids, usually so dignified in their carefully maintained bipedal forms, had lost their composure. 3 of them had literally melted into puddles of gelatinous goo on their seats, their bodies shaking with what Abby assumed was the blob equivalent of hysterical laughter. "You all laugh now," Abby declared, his voice amplified by the microphone but still higher pitched than he would have liked. "But in 2 days, the Sativ warrior fleet will descend upon Earth. We will challenge the humans to honorable combat, warrior to warrior. We will prove our prowess with both blade and technology. We will claim the treasures of their world as proof of our victory." His antennae straightened, pom-poms rigid with determination. "You mock us for our size, but size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. When we stand victorious over the defeated humans, when we return with the spoils of Earth, you will all see. You will regret your laughter. You will beg for our forgiveness, and you will never, ever underestimate the Sativ again." He'd practiced that speech for hours. It had sounded so much more impressive in his quarters. Now came the dramatic exit, which Abby had not fully thought through. The table was easily 3 times his height. He'd been lifted up here by a mechanical platform, which was still sitting nearby, but required him to walk to it. Maintaining his dignity while marching across the vast expanse of the table, still within clear view of everyone, would have been challenging enough. But he was so angry, so determined to storm off, that he simply turned and began walking toward the edge of the table, fully intending to leap off in a display of athletic prowess. He made it about 3 steps before he realized his mistake. Peering over the edge, he saw the floor far below. Very far. He froze, his tail twitching nervously behind him. The laughter in the chamber intensified. "Does the mighty warrior need help getting down?" one of the Cree called out, setting off another wave of squeaking. Abby's fur fluffed out even more, if that was possible. He turned around with as much dignity as he could muster and walked stiffly toward the platform, his small legs moving in quick, angry steps. Behind him, he could hear the voices of the council members. "They're going to Earth! Those Death Welders are going to eat them alive!" That was one of the Aquarians, their voice bubbling with laughter. "Remember the Zoraxian probe that landed there? Destroyed in minutes," another voice added. "I once saw a human tear apart a Kravik war machine with their bare hands because it was making annoying sounds," someone else chimed in. "These poor furballs don't stand a chance." "At least they'll die bravely," said a Morphid, in a tone that suggested they found even that notion amusing. "Well, probably not bravely, probably screaming, but we can tell people it was brave. 10 credits says they don't even make it out of their landing craft. 20 says they take one look at Earth from space and go back." The voices faded as Abby stepped onto the platform and began his descent. He kept his head high, his antennae proud, refusing to show any sign that their words had affected him. But one thing did puzzle him as he reached the floor and marched toward the exit. Throughout all the laughter, all the mockery, all the jokes at his expense, he'd noticed that the human ambassador himself had remained completely silent. The tall, dark-haired man had simply sat in his chair, watching Abby with an expression that the small warrior couldn't quite interpret. It wasn't mockery, it wasn't amusement, it was something else. That observation did nothing to dampen Abby's resolve. If anything, it strengthened it. The human was probably worried, realizing that his species was about to face real warriors for the first time. In 2 days, Abby would prove everyone wrong. In 2 days, the Sativ would show the entire galaxy what they were made of. In 2 days, Earth would fall. 2 days passed in a blur of preparation. Abby had personally overseen the assembly of the fleet, the finest warriors the Sativ homeworld had to offer. 300 ships, each crewed by 20 warriors, all equipped with the latest in Sativ military technology. It wasn't the largest fleet in the galaxy, but it was mobile and crewed by individuals burning with the need to prove themselves. Now, as the blue-green marble of Earth filled the view screen of the command ship, Abby felt a surge of pride and anticipation. Around him, the bridge crew moved quickly, their small paws interacting with controls that had been designed specifically for their size. To his left stood General Lax. his purple fur marked with the white strips of a veteran warrior. To his right was General Izzy, her bright pink fur indicating she was from the northern territories of the Sativ homeworld, where the fiercest warriors traditionally came from. "Approaching the outer atmosphere," reported the navigator, a young male named Pip, whose green fur still had the brightness of youth. "All ships reporting ready status." "Excellent," Abby said, his voice steady despite the excitement coursing through his small body. He stood on a raised platform in the center of the bridge. Everything was designed to accommodate their size, thankfully, and activated the fleet-wide communications. It was time for the traditional conquest speech, the kind that leaders of the Sativ had delivered before every major battle since their species could remember. "Warriors of the Sativ," Abby's voice rang out across all 300 ships. "Today we write history. Today we prove to the galaxy that size means nothing in the face of courage and skill. The other species of the Council look at us and see small, fluffy creatures. Today we show them the truth." On the view screen, he could see inside some of the other ships. Thousands of furball warriors, each in their enhanced bodysuits that doubled their strength, carrying both traditional curved blades and modern laser rifles. They stood at attention, their antennae rigid, their eyes fixed on their screens. "We descend upon Earth, the legendary death world of humanity," Abby continued. "But do not let their reputation frighten you. Yes, they are larger than us. Yes, they come from a harsh world, but so do we. Our homeworld has almost exactly Earth's gravity. We will not be at a disadvantage. We will feel as strong there as we do here. If anything, we have the advantage, for our technology is just as advanced as theirs, and our warriors are twice as determined." A cheer erupted across the fleet, thousands of high-pitched voices screaming their enthusiasm. "The Galactic Council laughed at us," he shouted. "They mocked our declaration. But today, we become legends. Today, we claim victory over humanity itself." The cheering intensified. Abby could see warriors on other ships brandishing their weapons, bouncing in excitement. General Lax was nodding approvingly beside him, while General Izzy had her tiny fist raised in a gesture of solidarity. "We are small, but we are mighty," Abby declared. "We are few, but we are brave. We are Sativ, and today the galaxy learns to respect that name." The fleet erupted in war cries. Abby cut the transmission and turned to his generals, his chest heaving with emotion. Before he could speak, voices started coming through the comms from various ships. "Those council bastards won't be laughing after this," came the voice of Captain Zix from Ship 7. "I'm going to enjoy proving those pompous Aquarians wrong," added Commander Frill from Ship 19. "Bubbling at us like we're some kind of joke." A female voice cut through the chatter, coming from Ship 40. "Commander Abby, I have a question. What will we do with the humans after we defeat them?" Abby straightened, recognizing the voice of Captain Mira, one of his most respected warriors. "An excellent question, Captain. We will leave them be, of course." There was a moment of silence on the comms. "Leave them be, sir?" Mira asked, her tone confused. "Of course," Abby replied, as if it were obvious. "We're not monsters. We'll prove our superiority in combat, claim some of their treasures as proof of our victory, and then depart. They can keep their planet. We don't want the other species to think we're cruel conquerors. We're warriors seeking respect, not tyrants seeking domination." General Lax leaned closer, his voice low and concerned. "Commander, are you sure about that? I mean, what if the humans see our mercy as weakness? What if the Council thinks we went soft?" "Nonsense," Abby said firmly. "Showing restraint and honor will only increase the respect they have for us. We're not barbarians." General Izzy looked equally worried, her pink fur rippling with anxiety.
But, Commander, what if they refuse to tell the Council that we conquered Earth? What if they just say we landed, got scared, and left?
They won't be able to say that, Abby assured her. We have defeated them in combat. We have their treasures. The evidence will speak for itself. Both generals exchanged a glance that suggested they weren't entirely convinced, but they said nothing more. The fleet continued its descent, breaking through Earth's atmosphere. The ships were designed for smooth entry, and within minutes, they had a clear view of the surface below. "Scanning for optimal landing site," reported Pip from his navigation station. "Looking for an area that will demonstrate our power while allowing for proper challenge protocols." "What about there?" General Lax pointed to the main view screen, where a large green space was visible in the middle of what appeared to be a human settlement. "That open area in their settlement. It appears to be some kind of gathering space." "Running detailed scans," Pip said, interacting with the controls. After a moment, his ears flattened against his head. "Commander, I'm detecting human life signs in that area. Multiple family groups. There appear to be human young present." Abby frowned, his antennae dipping thoughtfully. "Human children? We certainly can't land there. We don't want to frighten the young ones. That would be cruel, and worse, it would make us look like bullies. Is there a suitable landing area that's free of civilians?" Pip's scan continued. "Yes, Commander. There's an area approximately half a kilometer away that appears to be completely clear. Still within the same green space, but isolated from the human population centers." "Perfect," Abby decided. "We'll land there first, establish our position, and then transmit our formal challenge to the human warriors. We'll give them the opportunity to meet us in honorable combat. If they accept, we fight. If they surrender, well, that would be disappointing, but still a victory." "You really think they'll just surrender?" General Izzy asked skeptically. "Well, of course not," Abby replied. "They're humans. They're supposed to be fierce warriors. They'll accept the challenge, fight bravely, but ultimately lose. And then we'll all go home having earned respect. That's how these things work." General Lax's expression suggested he thought their commander might be oversimplifying things, but he merely nodded. "Setting landing protocols now. All ships prepare for ground deployment." The fleet descended in formation. 300 ships, creating an impressive display, as they approached the clearing Pip had identified. The landing was textbook perfect. Each ship touching down with minimal impact, arranged in neat rows that would have made any military academy instructor proud. The ships themselves were small by galactic standards, each about the size of a human shuttle, but together they created an impressive sight. "Landing successful," Pip reported. "All ships confirm secure positions. External sensors show Earth's gravity is 0.974 of our home standard, well within comfort range." "Excellent," Abby said. "Environmental analysis?" "Atmosphere is compatible. Temperature is mild. No immediate threats detected." Pip paused. "Commander, I am detecting various biological signals in the surrounding area, flora and fauna." "Perhaps just local wildlife," Abby said dismissively. "Nothing we can't handle." The three commanders made their way to the hatch, their enhanced bodysuits glowing with power. The suits were impressive, form-fitting armor that augmented their strength, provided environmental protection, and looked intimidating despite their small size. Each suit was decorated according to rank, with Abby's featuring golden trim and the crest of the Sativ Military Council. "Open the latch," Abby commanded, his voice steady and fearless. The hatch cycled open with a hiss of equalizing pressure, and a ramp extended downward. Bright sunlight flooded the interior of the ship, and for a moment, Abby had to blink against the glare. Then his eyes adjusted, and he got his first real look at Earth. It was green, incredibly, overwhelmingly green. The grass stretched out in all directions, each blade swaying in a gentle breeze. But what struck Abby most was the sheer scale of everything. The trees surrounding the clearing were enormous, towering giants that made the trees of his homeworld look like saplings. Their trunks were as thick as some stative buildings, and their branches reached up toward a sky that seemed impossibly vast and blue. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed beside him. "Those trees are massive." General Izzy had frozen at the bottom of the ramp, staring up at the vegetation around them.
"I've never seen plants so large. Do you think all Earth plants are like this?"
Abby forced his fur to lie flat, refusing to show intimidation. "Well, of course they're large. The humans are large, remember? It makes sense that their vegetation would match their scale. Besides, size means nothing. A large tree is no more threatening than a small one. Let's proceed." The three commanders stepped off the ramp and onto Earth's surface. The grass beneath their feet was strange, soft, but also slightly sharp. Each blade much thicker than the delicate ground cover of their homeworld. Abby took a deep breath of Earth's air, finding it rich and slightly sweet, carrying scents he couldn't identify. "Environmental conditions are excellent," he announced, his voice filled with confidence. "The gravity feels natural. The air is fresh. This is a fine world for battle. I can see why the humans are proud of it." "Should we call the rest of the troops out?" General Lax asked. "Let's do a quick perimeter check first," Abby decided. "Make sure there are no immediate surprises. Then we'll—" A high-pitched scream cut through the air, coming from their comms. "Commander! Commander! I've been wounded!" All three commanders froze. Abby activated his comm link immediately. "Report! What's your status?" "It's Private Zim, sir, from Ship 12. The voice was panicked, speaking so quickly that the words ran together. "I stepped outside for preliminary recon like you ordered, and I cut my foot on this grass thing. It's sharp, sir. The grass is sharp. I'm bleeding. I need a medic." Abby closed his eyes and counted to 3, trying to maintain his composure. Behind him, he could hear General Izzy making a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. "Private Zim," he said slowly and clearly, "you cut your foot on grass?" "It's really sharp grass, sir." "Send a medic to Ship 12, Abby ordered, then switched to a private channel with his generals. "What an idiot! Wounded by grass! And I'm supposed to lead these troops to victory?" "To be fair," General Lax said, "he's probably just nervous, but he is an idiot." "The humans probably have idiots in their armies too," Abby muttered dismissively. "Come on, let's continue the survey." They moved forward carefully, their small legs carrying them through the grass that came up to their shoulders. It was slow going, and Abby was starting to appreciate why the humans were so tall. Navigating this vegetation would be much easier with longer limbs. Still, they pressed on, making it about 20 meters from the ship before they heard another scream. "Sure, there's a creature, some kind of flying thing. I think it's a bird." Abby spun around, trying to locate the source of the commotion. He could see several ships with their hatches open now, warriors cautiously emerging to explore. One warrior, his yellow fur bright against the green grass, was pointing upward at something in the air. "It's small," the warrior shouted. I'm going to investigate. Back home, all flying creatures are friendly. This is probably similar." "Wait!" Abby started to say, but he was too far away, and the warrior couldn't hear him. The warrior reached up toward the flying creature, which Abby could now see was fuzzy and striped with yellow and black. It was indeed quite small, hovering in the air near a tall flowering plant. The warrior's paw made contact with the creature. The creature's reaction was immediate and violent. It dove toward the warrior, and even from this distance, Abby could see the warrior jerk back, clutching his paw. Then the screaming really started. "It stabbed me! The bird stabbed me! It's still—" "That thing is— I don't know what that is." It's hostile, whatever it is, General Lax added. Should we open fire? On a creature that small? Abby shook his head. We'd look ridiculous. Send another medic, and someone tell that warrior to stop trying to make friends with Earth's wildlife until we know more about it. It took several minutes to resolve the situation. The creature, which Pip later identified from the database as something called a bee, eventually flew away, apparently satisfied with the punishment it had delivered. The wounded warrior was treated and sent back to his ship to recover, though his pride was probably more injured than his paw. Note to all troops, Abby announced over the fleet-wide channel, do not touch any Earth creatures until we have confirmed they are safe. Apparently, even their smallest life forms can be aggressive. Commander? Pip's voice came through on his private channel. Should I transmit the challenge to the humans now? Abby looked around at the clearing. About 24 warriors had now emerged from various ships, all standing in small groups and staring at the alien environment with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. It was time to get this operation back on track. Yes, transmit the challenge. Use the standard diplomatic frequency. Tell them that the Sativ warrior fleet has arrived to challenge them to honorable combat. Tell them we await their response in this location. Are transmitting now, sir. There was a pause. Message sent and confirmed, received by Earth's communication network. Excellent. Now we wait for the human warriors to arrive. Abby walked back toward his ship, gesturing for more troops to disembark. Everyone out! Form up! Make it look impressive! The humans will be here soon, and we need to see that we're serious. Warriors began pouring out of the ships, creating a growing sea of colorful furballs and combat suits. They arranged themselves in loose formations, weapons at the ready, antennae quivering. Abby positioned himself at the front, flanked by his generals, trying to project an image of confidence. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Abby began to wonder if the humans had received the message properly. Maybe their communication systems were different than expected. Maybe they needed more time to translate. Maybe... Contact! Something's moving in the bushes! The shout came from the left flank of the formation. Abby spun around, his paw going to his weapon. Where? Show me! There, sir, in those bushes at the edge of the clearing. I saw something move, something big. All eyes turned toward the indicated location. The bushes in question were dense and tall, providing excellent cover for whatever was behind them. Abby could see movement. Something was definitely there. His heart raced. This was it. The humans were trying to ambush them, using the terrain to their advantage. It was a clever tactic, one he could respect. Warriors at the ready, Abby commanded. Prepare for contact. If they want to play games, we'll show them what Sativ warriors can do. The bushes rustled more violently. Something was pushing through them, something low to the ground but clearly strong. Abby raised his laser rifle, sighting down the barrel. Around him, hundreds of other warriors did the same, creating a wall of firepower aimed at those bushes. The creature emerged. It was probably the same size as a Sativ covered in fur, orange fur with white patches and distinctive stripes of darker orange. It had 4 legs, a long tail, pointed ears, and green eyes that fixed on the assembled warriors. It opened its mouth and made a sound. Meow. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. The creature, whatever it was, took a few steps forward, its tail raised high, still making small chirping sounds. It didn't look particularly aggressive. In fact, it looked curious, its head tilting to one side as it examined the crowd of small armed furballs. Is that a human weapon? Whispered General Izzy. It's moving on 4 legs, General Lax pointed out. It must be their battle creature, Abby decided. They've sent this beast to test us before they arrive themselves. Stay alert! Don't let your guard down! The creature padded closer, now within 5 meters of the front line. Several warriors backed up nervously. The creature sat down and began to clean its face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the weapons pointed in its direction. Should we fire, sir? Asked one of the nearby warriors. Hold your fire, Abby commanded. Let's see what it does. What it did was stand up, stretch extensively, and then walk directly toward the warriors. Specifically, it walked toward a warrior on the left flank, a young female named Kira, whose green fur was fluffed out in fear. It's coming for me, Kira squeaked. Whoa, what do I do? Abby shouted, Defend yourself! Kira, more out of panic than any real tactical thinking, swung her rifle around and fired a shot. The laser bolt struck the creature on its side. Against their own species, that type of weapon could punch through fur. Instead, the creature's fur merely showed a small scorch mark. The creature's reaction was immediate. It hissed, its ears flattening against its head, and swiped at Kira with one paw. Kira screamed. The creature's claws left 3 parallel scratches across her bodysuit. The suit's energy shields sparked but held, though Kira was knocked backward by the force of the blow. The creature, apparently scarred and slightly wounded, turned and bounded away, disappearing back into the bushes as quickly as it had appeared. Medic! Abby shouted. Someone get a medic to Kira! Oh, I'm okay, sir, Kira called out, though her voice was shaky. The suit took most of it, but that thing was strong. What kind of battle creature takes a direct hit from a laser rifle and barely notices? General Axe said, his voice low and secretive. Commander, I don't think that was a human weapon. I think that might have been a local predator. A predator? Abby's antennae drooped. You mean the humans didn't send it? The humans haven't responded to our challenge at all yet, General Izzy pointed out. I think that was just an animal, a wild animal. Abby considered this information carefully. On one hand, it was concerning that a random Earth predator was that strong and aggressive. On the other hand, if the troops knew that they'd just been attacked by a random wildlife rather than human weapons, morale might suffer. Keep that assessment between us, Abby told his generals quietly. As far as the troops know, that was a test from the humans. We passed. They saw we could defend ourselves, and now they'll take us seriously. Both generals nodded, though neither looked entirely convinced. The warriors were already talking among themselves, some expressing pride at having driven off the human battle beast, others looking nervously at the bushes, as if expecting more creatures to emerge. Abby was about to address the troops when movement at the far end of the clearing caught his eye. This time, it wasn't an animal. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, and even from this distance, Abby could tell it was human. The being was tall, impossibly tall from a Sativ perspective, with dark hair wearing identical black suits. There, Abby breathed. The humans have arrived. Finally! The human raised his hand in what might have been a greeting or might have been a signal. Abby decided to interpret it as a gesture of parley. He activated his suit's external speakers. Warriors of the Sativ, he announced. Weapons ready. The humans are here. Prepare for honorable combat. 300 laser rifles raised simultaneously, all pointed at the approaching humans. The humans kept walking, apparently unconcerned with the display of firepower. As they got closer, Abby recognized the one in front. It was the ambassador from the Galactic Council, the one who had said they wouldn't last 3 days. The human stopped about 10 meters away from the Sativ formation. He looked around at the assembled warriors, his expression unreadable. Then he sighed, running a hand through his hair. Thanks for avoiding the children. human said, his voice easily carrying across the clearing. "I saw your ships come in, and I was worried you'd land near the playground. With all that fluffy fur, it would have been a disaster." Abby bristled at the implication. They were not brutes who would hurt children. "We are not monsters who would attack the young ones," he declared, his voice amplified by his suit speakers. "We are warriors. We came here to fight human warriors in honorable combat. We seek to prove ourselves against the best you have to offer." He gestured dramatically with one small paw at the assembled troops behind him. "You claimed at the council meeting that we would not last 3 seconds on Earth. Well, we have been here for over an hour now. We have survived your harsh environment and even your predators. We are still standing, still ready to fight. Your words have been proven false." The humans exchanged glances. Abby interpreted their expressions as fear. Clearly, they were realizing they had underestimated the Sativ. The ambassador looked at one of his companions, then back at Abby, and his mouth tense in what might have been suppressed emotion. "I see," the ambassador said slowly. "You've survived for an hour. That's very impressive." "It is," Abby agreed. "And now we call upon you to fulfill the terms of our challenge. We face each other in battle, warrior to warrior. Get your weapons ready, humans, because we are about to engage in honorable warfare." He raised his own rifle dramatically. "The Sativ are ready. We follow the warrior path. We embrace glorious combat." Behind him, 300 warriors shouted their agreement, creating a cacophony of high-pitched war cries that echoed across the clearing. It was an impressive display, Abby thought. The humans had to be at least somewhat intimidated. The ambassador stood there for a long moment, just staring at them. Then he closed his eyes briefly, his shoulders slumping slightly. When he opened them again, he looked directly at Abby. "You know what?" the ambassador said. "You're right. You've proven yourselves. We surrender." The war cries stopped abruptly, replaced by confused silence. Abby's antennae drooped in bewilderment. Around him, he could hear warriors whispering to each other, equally confused. "You... what?" Abby managed to say. "We surrender," the ambassador repeated. "You win. You can tell the Galactic Council that you conquered Earth. Congratulations." Abby looked at his generals. General Lax looked baffled. General Izzy looked suspicious. Behind them, the army was dissolving into confusion. Warriors looking at each other and trying to figure out what had just happened. "That's it?" Abby asked, his voice rising in pitch. "You're just gonna surrender? Just like that? No fight?" "You already proved yourselves," the ambassador said. "You made it here, survived Earth's environment. That's more than most species manage on their first visit. We're impressed. You win." Abby's mind raced. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. The whole point was to engage in combat, to demonstrate Sativ martial prowess, to earn respect through battle. A surrender without fighting proved nothing. In fact, it might make things worse. The council would just say the humans had humored them, that they'd never taken the threat seriously enough to actually fight back. "No!" Abby declared, his small paw pointing accusingly at the ambassador. "You don't get to escape that easily. We came here for honorable combat. We came here to prove ourselves. If we return with nothing but your words, no one will believe us. We need proof. We need to plunder something. Take some of your treasures back with us." The ambassador frowned, seeming genuinely confused by this demand. He scratched his head, looking at his companions as if seeking suggestions. They shrugged or shook their heads, equally at a loss. For several long seconds, the ambassador just stood there, thinking. Then his eyes widened, and his face lit up with what looked like sudden inspiration. "I know," he said, snapping his fingers. "I know exactly where to take you. There's a treasure box nearby. a place where humanity keeps one of our most valuable substances. It's something we cherish deeply, something we save up resources to obtain. If you plunder our food from there, everyone will have to believe you conquered us. Come on, I'll take you there right now. Abby considered this carefully. A treasure box containing humanity's most valuable food substance? That did sound impressive. And if the humans were willing to hand it over as proof of their defeat, well, that would certainly serve as evidence for the council. Very well, Abby agreed. Take us to this treasure box. We will claim its contents as proof of our victory. Excellent, the ambassador said, and there was something in his smile that Abby couldn't quite interpret. Oh, by the way, my name is George Hampton. I'm the human ambassador to the Galactic Council, but you probably knew that already. I am Commander Abby of the Sativ Warrior Fleet, Abby replied formally. These are Generals Lax and Izzy, and behind us are finest warriors. Pleased to meet you all, George said, somehow managing to sound sincere. He gestured to his companions. These are my security team. They're going to set up a perimeter while I take you to the treasure. Just make sure that none of your warriors accidentally hurt any civilians. Abby nodded approvingly. A wise precaution. We wouldn't want any humans to stumble into our army in panic. They might get hurt trying to flee from our imposing presence. George's expression did something complicated, but he just nodded. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm worried about. All right, follow me. It's not far. The men in black suits quickly moved into position around the clearing, creating a loose perimeter. Abby noticed that several of them were speaking into small devices and occasionally looking at the tree line with concerned expressions. Clearly, they were worried about Earth civilians seeing the Sativ army and being overwhelmed with fear. It made sense. The humans probably didn't want mass panic in their park. George led Abby, the two generals, and a contingent of about 50 warriors. Abby thought it was wise to leave the majority of the force with the ships. Across the clearing toward a paved pathway. As they walked, Abby could see other humans in the distance. Individuals and small groups, moving along other paths. Some with what appeared to be Earth pets on leashes. Several of them had stopped and were staring at the procession of small, furry warriors marching behind the tall human in the suit. Are those teddy bears? Abby heard one human say to another. I think they're aliens, the other responded. Look, they have little spacesuits. Oh my God, they're so cute. Abby's fur bristled. Cute. They thought warriors were cute. He forced himself to focus on the mission. Soon, they would have the humans' treasure, and then no one would dare call them cute again. George led them down the path and around a corner, where a small white vehicle was parked near the edge of the path. It was roughly rectangular, with bright colors painted on its side, and a window at one end. As they approached, Abby could see that the side of the vehicle bore images of frozen treats and cheerful text. Here we are, George announced, gesturing at the vehicle. Humanity's treasure box. Abby looked at it skeptically. This is where you keep your most valuable food substance? Absolutely, George said with a straight face. We call these mobile treasure repositories ice cream trucks, and they contain one of humanity's most beloved food items, ice cream. It's so valuable that humans literally give up their currency just to obtain small portions of it. Children especially treasure it. They'll beg their parents for it, trade favors for it, do extra chores just to earn enough money to buy it. If that's not proof of value, I don't know what is. Abby exchanged glances with his generals. Ice cream. He'd never heard of it, but the way George described it, it did sound like something precious. And if human young ones craved it that intensely, it must be exceptional. Very well, Abby said. "Show us this ice cream." George walked up to the window of the truck and spoke to the human inside, a woman with her hair pulled back in a colorful scarf. Abby couldn't hear the entire conversation, but he saw George hand over what looked like paper currency and gesture back at the small army of sative warriors waiting expectantly on the path. The woman's eyes went wide, and she leaned out of the window to get a better look. Her hand went to her mouth, and she made a high-pitched sound that Abby's translator interpreted as a squeal of delight. Then she started moving around inside the truck with great energy. "What's happening?" General Lax asked quietly. "I think she's preparing the treasure for us," Abby replied. "Look at how quickly she's moving. She must be honored to provide it to warriors." George returned to the group, carrying several large containers. "All right, everyone, gather around. The treasure is served in individual portions, and it comes in different flavors, different tastes. I've got chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, mint chocolate chip, and cookie dough. I recommend trying a little of each to see what you prefer." The woman from the truck appeared with more containers. Her face split in an enormous smile. "Oh my goodness, they're adorable! Look at their little suits and the pom-poms on their antennae. Oh, I want to take them all home." Abby ignored the adorable comment and watched as George began distributing small portions of the ice cream to each warrior. The substance was cold, surprisingly cold, and came in various colors. Abby accepted a portion of the chocolate variety, which was dark brown and emitted a pleasant aroma. "Go ahead," George encouraged. "Try it." Abby took a small taste with the tiny spoon George had provided. His eyes widened immediately. The substance was cold, yes, but also sweet and rich and creamy and unlike anything he'd ever tasted on his homeworld. The flavor seemed to bloom in his mouth, coating his tongue with deliciousness. He took another bite, then another, suddenly unable to stop himself. Around him, similar reactions were rippling through the warrior contingent. Warriors were making sounds of amazement, their antennae quivering with pleasure. General Izzy had actually sat down on the pavement, cradling her container of strawberry ice cream like it was precious cargo. "By the ancestors," General Lax breathed, his face covered in vanilla ice cream. "This is incredible. This is the best thing I've ever tasted." "The humans weren't lying," Abby said, scraping the last bit of chocolate from his container. "This truly is a treasure. No wonder they value it so highly. I would trade considerable resources for more of this." "Would you like more?" George asked, and there was something in his expression, a warmth perhaps, or maybe amusement, that made him look genuinely kind. "I think I bought enough for everyone to have seconds." For the next 20 minutes, the fierce, sative warrior army sat on the path in front of an ice cream truck, eating frozen treats with the enthusiasm of, well, children at a birthday party. Warriors tried different flavors, compared favorites, and generally forgot entirely that they were supposed to be fearsome conquerors. The woman from the truck kept making delighted sounds and taking pictures with her personal device. Finally, when the last container had been emptied and licked clean, Abby stood up and tried to reassemble his dignity. His face was sticky with chocolate, and his antennae pom-poms drooped with contentment. But he was still a commander and had a job to complete. "George Hampton," he said formally, "we accept this treasure as proof of Earth's surrender. When we return to the Galactic Council, we will present this as evidence of our victory." "I'm sure you will," George replied, his tone gentle. "And I promise you, Abby, I'll make absolutely certain that the Council treats you with respect from now on. In fact, at the next Council meeting, your delegation will have seats right next to humanity's. We'll be allies, you and us, partners. How does that sound?" Abby's chest swelled with pride.
That sounds acceptable. We have proven ourselves in battle, or, well, in the warrior tradition of our people. We have claimed Earth's treasure, and now we have earned humanity's respect and friendship. This is a great day for the Sativ.
It absolutely is, George agreed. You've handled Earth very well. Most species are like, Death World this and Death World that. It's really annoying.
We are true warriors. We don't fear Earth,
Abby declared. He turned to his warriors.
Back to the ships. We return home victorious. The galaxy will hear of what we accomplished here today.
The warriors cheered, though perhaps with less aggressive enthusiasm than before. Mostly because they were all extremely full of ice cream and slightly sleepy from the sugar rush followed by the crash. They formed up and began marching back toward the clearing where the ships waited. As they walked, George kept pace beside Abby.
You know,
the ambassador said conversationally, if you ever want to visit Earth again, just as friends this time, you'd be welcome. We could show you around properly. Museums, restaurants, beaches, all sorts of things. I think you'd enjoy it.
Perhaps we will,
Abby said, feeling generous in victory.
Perhaps we will. After all, we're allies now. Allies visit each other.
That we are, George said with a smile. That we are. When they reached the clearing, Abby found the rest of his army waiting, weapons still at the ready, looking somewhat confused about why their commander and the advance party all had sticky faces and blissful expressions. Abby quickly ordered everyone back into the ships, unwilling to explain the details until they were safely off-world. The loading proceeded quickly, and soon the entire fleet was preparing for departure. As Abby sat in his command chair on the bridge, watching Earth begin to recede on the view screen, General Lax approached him. "Commander," the general said quietly, "do you think we actually conquered Earth?" Abby considered the question carefully. They hadn't fought any battles, they hadn't defeated any warriors, but they had landed on a death world, survived for over an hour, driven off a predator, received Earth's surrender, and claimed a treasure that was clearly precious to humanity. By the technical definition of conquest, they had succeeded. "Yes," he said finally, "we conquered Earth, we proved ourselves, and more importantly, we gained humanity's respect and friendship. That's what matters." "And the ice cream?" "The ice cream was a bonus," Abby admitted. "I wonder if we can establish trade relations for it." On the view screen, Earth had become a blue marble again, beautiful and mysterious. Somewhere down there, George Hampton was probably filing a report about the day's events. Abby wondered what that report would say. What spin humanity would put on this strange encounter? But it didn't really matter. The Sativ had come to Earth as warriors seeking respect. They were leaving as allies of humanity with bellies full of ice cream and heads held high. In the grand scheme of things, that seemed like a pretty good outcome. "Set course for home," Abby commanded. "We have a council meeting to prepare for. This time, when we speak, they'll listen. They'll respect us. And if they don't," he smiled, his small teeth glinting in the bridge lights, "well, we know where to get Earth's ice cream." The fleet jumped to hyperspace. 300 ships filled with proud warriors who had, in their own minds at least, conquered humanity's homeworld. And somewhere behind them, on a planet called Earth, a human ambassador filed a report titled, "First Contact with Sativ Species, Peaceful Resolution Through Creative Diplomacy and Chocolate Ice Cream," and wondered if anyone at headquarters would actually believe it. They probably wouldn't, but that was fine. Some victories were too strange to explain, too absurd to justify. Some victories just had to be experienced to be understood. And some victories tasted like chocolate ice cream on a sunny afternoon in the park.
gauge read 7 liters, and Kieran Willis knew that meant 4 days, maybe 5 if he stopped moving entirely. His weathered fingers traced the condensation inside the recycler tank, a habit he'd developed sometime during year 19 or 23. Hard to tell anymore. The twin moons of Kepler 438b cast their familiar shadows across the rust-colored sand outside his shelter, and he caught himself talking to them again, naming them Beatrice and Dante, like old friends who never talked back. His dark coat, patched with scraps from a dozen different sources over the decades, hung loose on his 62-year-old frame. The beard had gone completely grey somewhere around year 15. The chirp started during his morning inventory count. Not the usual creaks and groans of his cobbled-together habitat, but something deliberate, musical almost. 3 short pulses, 2 long, then silence. Kieran froze, his hand still wrapped around the water gauge. In 28 years of isolation, his equipment had never made that sound. Power cell failure, he muttered, checking the diagnostics panel he'd salvaged from his crashed survey ship all those years ago. Green lights stared back at him, everything nominal. The chirp repeated, this time accompanied by a faint holographic projection that flickered to life above his communication array, a piece of equipment that hadn't functioned since the day his ship's emergency beacon died. The projection showed coordinates, nothing more, just numbers floating in pale blue light, pointing to a location 47 kilometers north. Kieran laughed, a rusty sound that hurt his throat. Sure, mysterious signal. Let me just pack up my abundant supplies and wander into the desert to die faster. But the coordinates pulsed with each chirp, and something about the pattern nagged at him. It wasn't random. Someone or something had programmed this deliberately. His fingers found the old mission patch on his jacket, the one from the Meridian Express, the colony ship that was supposed to pick him up after his geological survey. That was before the war, before Earth went dark, before 28 years became forever. The smart move was to ignore it. Conserve water, conserve energy, die peacefully in familiar surroundings. But Kieran looked at his 7 liters, at the recycler that grew less efficient each month, at the solar panels cracked from decades of dust storms. He was dying anyway. Might as well die curious. He loaded his rover, a hideous amalgamation of parts from 3 different vehicles held together by determination and industrial adhesive. The water went into the insulated compartment, along with his last 2 protein bars and the emergency beacon he still carried out of habit. The rifle he'd fashioned from mining equipment stayed within reach. Not that he'd seen anything worth shooting in 20 years, but paranoia had kept him alive this long. The journey north took him through the singing valleys, where wind through the rock formations created harmonies that almost sounded like voices. He'd named every major landmark within a 100-kilometer radius, creating his own map of a world that no one else would ever see. There was Fool's Gold Canyon, where he'd spent 3 months convinced he'd found titanium deposits. The broken cathedral, where spires of oxidized iron reached toward the purple sky. Barbara's Laugh, a formation that whistled in a way that reminded him of his daughter's giggle, though he could barely remember her face anymore. The coordinates led him over a ridge he'd never crossed. His rover struggled with the incline, wheels spinning in the loose sand until he got out and pushed, his muscles protesting the effort. 62 years old, alone for nearly half his life, and here he was chasing ghosts in the desert. When he crested the hill, he stopped breathing. Below him stretched a colony, not scattered ruins or abandoned equipment, but an actual colony with intact buildings, solar farms, and atmospheric processes. The structures were partially buried in sand, and strange cables emerged from the buildings like tendrils reaching into the desert floor. A communication tower rose from the center, its lights still blinking in a pattern that matched the chirp's rhythm. Kieran stood on the ridge, his long coat whipping in the desert wind, staring at the impossible sight. 2 crescent moons hung in the darkening sky behind him, and his shadow stretched long across the sand toward the abandoned settlement. The colony looked like it had been waiting, its solar panels still gleaming despite the dust, its buildings sealed but intact. After decades of seeing nothing but rocks and sand, the geometric precision of human architecture made his eyes water. "Well," he said to no one, "this is either salvation or a very elaborate way to die." The rover made it halfway down the slope before its front axle snapped. Kieran felt the lurch, heard the metal shriek, and managed to grab his water and supplies before the vehicle tumbled the rest of the way down, becoming another piece of debris in humanity's scattered attempt to colonize the stars. He watched it roll, counting the rotations out of habit, and when it finally stopped, he shouldered his pack and walked. The colony's entrance was an airlock built into what looked like a converted cargo container. Standard frontier construction, designed to be assembled quickly and survive anything. The control panel was dead, but Kieran had learned every type of manual override in existence during his years of desperate scavenging. 17 minutes of work with his multi-tool, and the door cycled open with a hiss of pressurized air. Inside, emergency lighting cast everything in amber. The walls were covered in a thin layer of dust, but underneath, everything appeared functional. Temperature controlled, atmosphere recycled, power flowing, a ghost town in perfect working order. "Hello?" His voice echoed through empty corridors. "Anyone home? I brought cookies." "Well, I ate them 15 years ago, but it's the thought that counts." A screen flickered to life on the wall, displaying text in multiple languages before settling on English. "Welcome to Outpost Haven. Population, 0. Days since last human contact, 10,439. Kieran did the math. 28 years, give or take. The colony had been abandoned the same time Earth went dark. He wasn't the only one stranded out here. He'd just been stranded alone. The facility map on the screen showed living quarters, a medical bay, hydroponics labs, and most importantly, a water processing plant. Kieran's throat tightened at the sight. If the processors worked, if there was an underground source, he could survive years instead of days. He followed the corridors deeper into the complex, noting the personal effects still in place. Coffee cups on desks, pictures on walls, a child's drawing stuck to a refrigerator with a magnet shaped like Earth. Emergency Protocol Manual, Section 7.3, Colony Evacuation Procedures. In the event of critical system failure or catastrophic threat, all personnel must report to designated shuttle bays within 15 minutes of alarm activation. Personal effects may not exceed 7 kilograms per person. Children under 12 are permitted 1 comfort item regardless of weight. Failure to comply with evacuation orders will result in automatic quarantine of the affected section. The manual excerpt was taped to the wall near the shuttle bay, which was conspicuously empty. Whoever lived here had left in a hurry, but in an organized fashion. Military precision. This wasn't panic, this was protocol. The water processing plant was in the sublevel, accessed through a freight elevator that groaned but functioned. As Kieran descended, he noticed the walls were covered in handwritten messages, names, dates, and farewells. Thompson family bound for Earth. Dr. Martinez, may God protect those who remain. If you find this, know that we tried. The processing facility was a marvel of engineering, tapping into an underground aquifer through a series of filtration systems. The tanks were full, thousands of liters of clean, processed water. Kieran fell to his knees, laughing until he cried, then crying until he laughed again. He drank directly from the tap, the cold water burning his throat, tasting like miracle and metal. A movement in his peripheral vision made him spin, hand reaching for his rifle. A maintenance robot, ancient by any standard, wheeled out from behind the tanks. Its optical sensor focused on him, and a synthesized voice spoke. "Unauthorized personnel detected. Please present identification." "Buddy, I haven't had proper ID in 3 decades, Kieran said, lowering his weapon. "How about we call it even?" The robot processed this for a moment, then replied, "Acceptable. This unit is designated Maintenance Assistant X-Ray 12. You may call me Max." Max? Someone had a sense of humor. Humor subroutines were installed by technician Gabriela Reyes to improve workplace morale. Would you like to hear a joke? God, no, tell me about this place instead. Why was it abandoned? Max's optical sensor dimmed slightly. Colonial Administrative Order 779. All frontier colonies be evacuated following the breakdown of the Earth communication network. Military transport arrived after failure to report from remote survey mission. Colony Administrator Yuki Tanaka left instructions for basic systems to remain operational in case of return. The room spun. Kieran grabbed the water tank for support. They'd looked for him. They'd left the lights on. For 28 years, this place had been waiting for him to come home. Why the signal? He asked when he could speak again. Why now? Automated distress beacon was programmed to activate if human life signs were detected within 50-kilometer radius after 25-year dormancy period. You have been within range for 3 years, 4 months, 18 days. However, signal broadcast required optimal atmospheric conditions, which occurred this morning at 0700 hours. 3 years. He'd been 47 kilometers from salvation for 3 years, slowly dying of thirst, while thousands of liters of water waited beneath the sand. Kieran didn't know whether to laugh or scream, so he did both. Max rolled backward slightly. Your emotional response appears elevated. Medical bay is available for psychological evaluation. I'm fine, Max. Just processing the cosmic joke that is my life. He stood, wiping his face. Show me the rest of this place. The tour revealed a colony designed for 200 people, complete with recreational facilities, a small theater, and even a bar still stocked with bottles of synthetic alcohol. The hydroponics lab was dead, its plants long since turned to dust, but the seed vault remained intact. With water and power, Kieran could restart the gardens, grow actual food instead of subsisting on processed protein. In the administrator's office, he found Tanaka's personal logs. The final entry was audio only. Personal log, Administrator Yuki Tanaka. Final entry. Earth has gone dark. The military says it's temporary, but we know better. The war finally reached home. We're being evacuated to the inner colonies. They say it's safer there. We searched for Kieran Willis for 19 days. His rover was found destroyed in a ravine, but no body. I'm leaving the basic systems running. It's against protocol, but if he's alive out there, he deserves a chance. Whoever finds this place, know that we tried to build something good here. We tried to make a home among the stars. Maybe someone else will succeed where we failed. Kieran played the message 7 times, memorizing every word, every inflection. They'd searched for him. He hadn't been forgotten, just lost. Presumed dead when his rover fell into what he'd later named Irony Canyon, because of course it was ironic that the crash that stranded him also saved him from being properly found and buried. The command center still received automated broadcasts from other colonies, all of them years old, all of them describing the same pattern. Earth went dark, evacuations ordered, colonies abandoned. Humanity pulling back like a tide, leaving scattered pools of life in its wake. But the broadcasts were automated, repeating endlessly. No new messages, no signs of current life. Max, Kieran said, are you capable of loneliness? This unit does not possess emotional simulation software. However, this unit has operated in isolation mode for 10,439 days. Efficiency has decreased by 37% due to lack of maintenance oversight. So, that's a yes. That is a creative interpretation of data. Kieran spent the next days exploring every inch of the colony, learning its rhythms and quirks. The main generator ran on a combination of solar and geothermal power, tapping into the planet's volcanic substrata through pipes that went down 3 kilometers. The communication array could theoretically reach Earth, but there was no one left to answer. The medical bay's autodoc still functioned, and it promptly diagnosed him with malnutrition, dehydration, and vitamin D deficiency despite the 2 suns. On his 7th day in the colony, while attempting to restart the hydroponics lab, Kieran noticed something odd. The water processing plant was drawing more power than it should, according to the specifications. Max couldn't explain the discrepancy, citing corrupted data files. Kieran followed the power conduits through the sublevels, past storage rooms full of supplies that would last him several lifetimes, until he reached a section that wasn't on any map. The door was marked with biohazard warnings in 12 languages. The lock was biometric, but like everything else, it had a manual override. Unlike everything else, this override had been used recently. The scratches on the panel were fresh, no dust in the grooves. Inside was a laboratory that didn't match the colony's frontier aesthetic. This was advanced, even by Earth standards from before the war. Cryogenic storage units lined one wall, all empty except for one. Inside, suspended in blue-white frost, was something that wasn't quite human. It had the basic shape right, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head where a head should be. But the proportions were wrong. The limbs too long, the skull too large. Its skin was translucent, showing dark veins beneath. And its eyes, visible through the frost, were open and aware. "Max," Kieran said slowly, "what am I looking at?" The robot had followed him down, wheels squeaking on the polished floor. "No data available. This section does not exist in colony records." A console near the cryo unit flickered to life, displaying medical data that made no sense. Genetic sequences that weren't in any human genome. Neural activity patterns that suggested consciousness, despite the frozen state. And a countdown timer that had been running for 28 years. The timer read 72:43 to 16 and decreasing. 72 hours, 3 days until whatever this was woke up. Kieran's hand found his rifle again, though he doubted conventional weapons would mean much against something that could survive 3 decades of cryo-sleep while conscious. "I suppose running away isn't an option," he muttered. A new message appeared on the console. Negative. Subject has been aware of your presence since arrival. Communication protocols initializing. The thing in the ice blinked, slowly, deliberately. Its mouth moved, forming words that appeared as text on the screen. Finally, someone to talk to besides the robot. "You can hear me? I can hear everything within the colony's sensor range. I've been listening to you talk to yourself for 7 days. Your commentary about the food stores was particularly entertaining." Kieran lowered his rifle slightly. "What are you?" "Complicated question. I was Dr. Rashid Okonkwo, xenobiologist, specializing in theoretical adaptation to extreme environments. Now I'm something else. A mistake, maybe. Or evolution. Depends on your perspective. The colony records don't mention any Dr. Okonkwo. They wouldn't. I was black budget, military funded. We were trying to solve the colonial paradox. How humans could survive on worlds that would kill us slowly, no matter how much we terraformed them. The answer was to stop trying to change the worlds and start changing the humans. Max rolled forward. "This unit has no record of such experiments." "You wouldn't, Max. You were programmed to maintain the cover story. But your friend here deserves the truth. He's earned it, surviving out there alone for so long." Kieran studied the frozen form, noting the surgical scars, the ports where various tubes and wires had been connected. "You experimented on yourself. Who else? Ethics boards tend to frown on human modification, even voluntary. But out here, 40 light years from the nearest committee, I could push boundaries. The treatment worked, in a sense. I can survive on this planet indefinitely. No need for pressure suits or air recyclers. I can metabolize the local minerals, breathe the atmosphere, resist the radiation. Perfect adaptation. But the process is irreversible and contagious through prolonged contact. The military saw me as either the future of humanity or an extinction event. They couldn't decide which, so they put me on ice until someone smarter could figure it out. Then Earth went dark, everyone evacuated, and here I've been watching dust accumulate through security cameras, listening to Max talk to himself. The evacuation was because of you. Partially. The war was real. Earth really did go dark. But the urgency to empty this particular colony, that was because of what I represent. The possibility that humanity might survive by becoming something inhuman. The countdown timer continued its descent. 71:58:33. What happens when the timer reaches 0? Kieran asked. Automatic revival sequence. The military assumed someone would come back with a solution before the power reserves depleted. The cryo unit will shut down, and I'll wake up properly for the first time in 28 years. After that, you have a choice to make, which is whether you want to die human in a few decades or live for centuries as something else. Kieran laughed, the sound echoing off the laboratory walls. That's my choice, death or metamorphosis. Everything is death or metamorphosis when you think about it philosophically. The question is whether you want to do it quickly or slowly. Over the next 2 days, Kieran found himself returning to the laboratory, talking to the frozen form of Dr. Okonkwo. The man was brilliant, funny, and desperately lonely. He'd been conscious but immobile for nearly 3 decades, his modified brain unable to shut down even in cryo-sleep. They discussed everything from quantum mechanics to ancient Earth literature, from the best way to purify water using local minerals to whether consciousness was an emergent property or fundamental force. Tell me about your family, Okonkwo said during one conversation. Had a daughter, Barbara. She'd be 41 now if Earth survived. Smart kid. Wanted to be an engineer. Don't know if she made it. The not knowing is worse than knowing sometimes. Sometimes. But hope is what keeps us going, even when it's irrational. Is it irrational? You hoped someone would find you for 28 years. And here we are. You're not exactly the rescue I imagined. No, but I'm what you got. The universe has a twisted sense of humor like that. Max had taken to parking himself in the laboratory, adding his own observations to their conversations. The robot had developed what could generously be called personality quirks over the decades, including a tendency to quote old Earth movies at inappropriate times and a fascination with card games despite lacking the appendages to shuffle. This unit calculates a 63% chance of successful adaptation should Mr. Willis choose transformation, Max announced during one discussion. Only 63? Okonkwo asked. This unit is accounting for Mr. Willis's advanced age and questionable dietary habits over the past 3 decades. I'm sitting right here, Kieran protested. This unit is aware. On the final day, with 4 hours left on the countdown, Kieran made a discovery that changed everything. Hidden in Tanaka's personal files, encrypted but not impossibly so, was a message that had arrived 3 days after the evacuation. A transmission from Earth, weak but readable. Colonial Outpost Haven. This is Earth Command Emergency Broadcast. The war is over. Repeat, the war is over. Reconstruction efforts are underway. Colonial relief missions will be dispatched within 5 years pending resource allocation. Maintain position and await retrieval. Message repeats. 5 years. The message was 28 years old, which meant relief should have arrived 23 years ago. But they hadn't come. Either they couldn't, or they'd forgotten, or Earth's reconstruction had failed. The colonies were truly alone. Kieran brought the message to Okonkwo. The doctor's expression, visible through the frost, was unreadable. So they won, Okonkwo said. Someone won anyway. But they never came back. Maybe they tried. Space is vast and unfriendly. A lot can go wrong in 40 light years. The timer read 004722. I need to make a decision, Kieran said. You do. If I let you out and don't accept the transformation, what happens? I leave. Find somewhere isolated, live my extended life alone to avoid contaminating anyone else. It's not a bad existence, just a lonely one. And if I accept, then we figure out what comes next together. Maybe we're the future of humanity, adapted to survive where baseline humans can't. Maybe we're an evolutionary dead end, but at least we won't be alone. Kieran thought about his 7 liters of water, about 28 years of talking to moons and rocks, about Barbara, who might be alive or dead, about Earth that might be rebuilt or rubble. He thought about the colony, waiting patiently for someone to come home, keeping the lights on against the dark. Max, he said, what do you think? This unit is not programmed for philosophical decisions. However, this unit has observed that isolation decreases operational efficiency in both biological and mechanical systems. Conclusion: companionship improves functionality. That's the most romantic thing anyone said to me in 3 decades. The timer hit 0 with a soft chime, like the chirp that had led him here. The cryo unit began its shutdown sequence, frost melting away in sheets of vapor. Okonkwo's eyes focused properly for the first time, and he smiled, an oddly human expression on his transformed features. Hello, Kieran. It's nice to finally meet you properly. Likewise, Doctor. Kieran extended his hand, then hesitated. This is the contamination vector, isn't it? Physical contact, among others, but it takes repeated exposure over weeks. A handshake won't change you. That would require a conscious choice and considerable time. Kieran took the offered hand. It was warm, surprisingly normal feeling despite the translucent skin. How long do I have to decide? As long as you need. I've waited 28 years. I can wait a bit longer. They ascended from the laboratory together, Max trailing behind, his wheels clicking on the stairs in a rhythm that almost sounded cheerful. The colony's common area had a viewport facing west, where the 2 moons were rising over the desert. Kieran found a bottle of synthetic whiskey in the bar, poured 3 glasses, then thought better of it and set one in front of Max anyway. To survival, Okonkwo said, raising his glass. To not being alone, Kieran countered. To optimal functionality, Max added, his optical sensor focused on his untouchable drink. They drank, watching the moons rise, and Kieran realized that for the first time in 28 years, he wasn't counting the days until death. He was counting the possibilities of life, transformed or otherwise. Over the following weeks, they fell into a routine. Okonkwo helped repair systems that had been failing, his enhanced physiology allowing him to work in environments that would have required full hazmat gear for a normal human. Kieran restarted the hydroponics lab, coaxing life from seeds that had waited patiently in their vault. Max supervised, offering commentary that ranged from helpful to hilariously inappropriate. They found more messages in the colony's deep archives, personal logs from evacuated colonists, scientific data from experiments, even a few love letters that had been misdirected to the public server. Each piece painted a picture of a community that had tried to build something lasting, even when the universe seemed determined to stop them. Look at this, Okonkwo said one day, displaying a schematic on the main screen. They were planning an expansion, capacity for 2,000 people, with manufacturing facilities and even a small spaceport. Ambitious, Kieran noted, studying the plans. They really thought this would work. It did work for a while. We're proof that humans can survive out here one way or another. Are you still human? Kieran asked, a question that had been nagging at him. I think, therefore I am. Everything else is just details and DNA sequences. Descartes would be proud. Descartes never had to consider xenobiology, though I think he would have found it fascinating. As time passed, Kieran found himself growing comfortable with Okonkwo's presence. The doctor was careful to maintain physical distance when possible, always aware of the risk he posed. But loneliness was its own kind of death, and after 28 years of solitary confinement, even dangerous company was better than none. One evening, while attempting to repair the colony's long-range transmitter, they picked up a signal. Faint, distorted, but undeniably artificial. It repeated every 97 minutes, a pattern of pulses that meant nothing to them, but clearly meant something to someone. It's coming from the Proxima system, Okonkwo determined after triangulating the source. 12 light years from here. Another colony? Has to be. The signal is too regular to be natural, too simple to be Earth military. Should we respond? They looked at each other. Two men who weren't quite what they started as, standing in a colony built for hundreds, but housing 2.5 if you counted Max. The weight of the decision sat between them like a third presence. What would we say? Okonkwo asked. Hello, we're survivors of a forgotten outpost, one baseline human and one genetic experiment. Please, come visit. When you put it like that, it sounds like the start of a bad joke. This unit has a joke about two humans walking into a bar, Max offered. Not now, Max. They decided to listen before transmitting, gathering months of signals to decode. The pattern was definitely artificial, but it wasn't a distress call or a beacon. It was more like conversation, back and forth transmissions between 2 points, maybe more. Other survivors, perhaps, maintaining contact across the vast distances. We're not alone, Kieran said one night, listening to the alien rhythm of distant human voices encoded in mathematics. We never were, Okonkwo replied. We just thought we were. The water processing plant hummed below them, drawing from aquifers that had waited millions of years to sustain life. The hydroponics lab was green now, actual growing things reaching toward artificial suns. The colony felt less like a tomb and more like what it had always been meant to be, a home. 6 months after his arrival, Kieran made his decision. Not because he was dying, though his body was showing its age despite the medical bay's interventions. Not because he was afraid of being alone again, though Okonkwo had mentioned exploring the southern territories once the weather patterns shifted. He made it because he wanted to see what came next. If we're going to be the future of humanity, he said, standing in the laboratory where it had all started, we should probably figure out what that means. It means adaptation, Okonkwo said. It means survival. It means becoming something that can thrive where we are instead of dying trying to recreate where we came from. Philosophy aside, what does it actually entail? 3 weeks of controlled exposure, some discomfort as your cells restructure, a rather dramatic appetite for minerals your current digestive system can't process. And then, well, then you'll see the universe differently, literally. The enhanced perception is quite remarkable. Side effects? You'll outlive everyone you ever knew, but given our situation, that's already happened. You'll never be able to return to Earth atmosphere without extensive medical support. And you'll look like me, which some might consider a negative. Kieran studied his reflection in the laboratory's polished steel. 62 years old, weathered by decades of isolation, grey-bearded and scarred, human, but barely holding on. I've looked worse, he said. The transformation wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't the agony he'd expected either. More like a fever dream, his body rebuilding itself cell by cell, while his consciousness floated somewhere between sleeping and waking. Okonkwo monitored the process, adjusting chemical balances and radiation exposure with the precision of someone who'd done this to himself without any guidance. Max kept vigil, playing audio logs from the colony's archives. Children's voices singing songs from Earth, scientists excitedly discussing discoveries, couples arguing about whose turn it was to clean the air filters, the sound of humanity, preserved in digital amber. When Kieran woke properly, the world was different. Colors he'd never seen before painted the walls in spectrums beyond human perception. He could feel the electromagnetic pulse of the colony's power grid, taste minerals in the air that would have been poison before, hear conversations in the radio static that had been white noise. Welcome to the other side, Okonkwo said, and his voice had harmonics Kieran had never noticed. This is intense. It settles. Your brain needs time to process the new sensory input. But once it does, you'll wonder how you ever survived with such limited perception. They stood together at the viewport, watching the binary sunset paint the desert in impossible colors. The abandoned structures scattered across the landscape no longer looked like ruins, but like seeds waiting for the right conditions to grow into something new. What do we do now? Kieran asked. Now we respond to that signal. Let them know Haven Colony is operational again under new management. Maybe they'll come visit. Maybe they won't, but at least they'll know we're here. And if they ask what we are, we tell them the truth. We're human, just upgraded for local conditions. Evolution in action, guided by necessity and genius, and a fair bit of desperation. Kieran laughed, the sound carrying frequencies only they could hear. Think they'll buy that? Does it matter? We're here, we're alive, and we're not alone. Everything else is just details. They composed the message together, arguing over wording, while Max offered unhelpful suggestions, mostly consisting of movie quotes. In the end, they kept it simple. Haven Colony responding, 2 souls aboard, colony operational, water abundant, visitors welcome, please advise your status. The transmission went out at local sunset, riding radio waves across the vast distances between stars. It would take 12 years to reach its destination, 12 more for any response to return. But time meant something different now. Kieran could feel it in his transformed cells, the patience of geological ages, the longevity of mountains. 24 years for a conversation, he mused. My daughter would be 65 by then, if she's alive. She might be, Okonkwo said. Earth survived the war. Humanity endures one way or another. Even if it doesn't look like humanity anymore, especially then. Evolution doesn't care about our aesthetic preferences. They returned to the work of living. The colony needed maintenance, the hydroponics lab required expansion, and the southern territories Okonkwo had mentioned were rich with minerals their transformed bodies could process directly. They built a new rover from salvaged parts, better than anything Kieran had cobbled together during his isolation. They explored canyons no human had named, discovered cave systems that went down to the planet's warm heart, found traces of other survey missions that had been lost to time and distance. One day, while cataloging supplies in a storage unit they'd previously overlooked, Kieran found something that stopped him cold. A Children of Poe's toy, a stuffed rabbit worn soft with love, tucked into a crate of emergency rations. Someone had hidden it, saved it despite the weight restrictions during evacuation. A parent's desperate hope that their child might return for a beloved comfort. Okonkwo, he called, his enhanced vocal cords carrying the sound through walls and distance. The doctor appeared within minutes, moving with the fluid grace their transformation provided. What is it? Kieran held up the rabbit. We're not just preserving ourselves. We're preserving this, the human things. The irrational, sentimental, unnecessary things that make us more than just survival machines. Of course we are. Why do you think I spent 28 years frozen but conscious? I could have programmed the system to shut down my higher functions, to make it true hibernation. But I wanted to remember, to stay human in the ways that matter, even if the biology changed. They built a memorial in the colony's central plaza, a monument to the 200 souls who'd tried to make a home among the stars. Max helped, welding pieces with precision while complaining about the aesthetic choices. They inscribed every name they could find in the records, adding Kieran's at the bottom with a note, reported missing, returned home. The signal from Proxima continued its rhythm, and 3 years into Kieran's transformation, it changed. New patterns, more complex, as if the distant colonies were sharing more than just confirmation of existence. They were sharing stories, encoded in mathematics and radio waves, humanity's narrative continuing despite the vast darkness between words. We should tell them about the transformation, Kieran suggested one evening. They were sitting in the observation deck they'd built onto the colony's highest point, watching the moons dance their ancient orbit. All of it, all of it. The technology, the process, the choice. Let them decide for themselves if they want to remain baseline human or become something that can truly live out here. That's a dangerous gift to offer. So was fire, so was agriculture, so was spaceflight. Humanity's always been about dangerous gifts. They spent weeks crafting the message, encoding not just the transformation process, but the philosophical implications, the practical benefits, the irreversible costs. They included Okonkwo's research, Kieran's testimony, even Max's analysis of improved operational efficiency. It was humanity's next chapter, written by two transformed souls on a desert planet 40 light years from home. Think they'll see us as monsters? Kieran asked as they prepared to transmit. Some will. Change is terrifying, especially change this fundamental. But others will see us as pioneers, the first to accept what humanity must become to survive among the stars. And which are we? Both. Neither. We're just two people who chose to live instead of die, to adapt instead of surrender. The universe will judge us eventually, but I doubt it cares about our DNA sequences. The message went out on a clear night when both moons were new, darkness so complete that the stars seemed close enough to touch. Kieran's enhanced vision could see cosmic radiation painting the sky in colors baseline humans would never know existed. It was beautiful and terrible, and absolutely worth the price of transformation. Years passed. The colony grew under their care, not in population, but in purpose. They built workshops, laboratories, even an art studio where Kieran discovered he could paint with minerals that would have been toxic before. Okonkwo wrote, filling servers with observations about their transformed state, philosophical treatises on the nature of humanity, and surprisingly good poetry about isolation and connection. Max evolved too, in his way. His programming adapted to their needs, his personality becoming more distinct, his jokes actually approaching funny. He was their chronicler, recording everything for whoever might come after, mechanical memory preserving what biological memory might forget. One day, 7 years after the first transmission, the Proxima signal changed again. This time, it included coordinates, Haven Colony's coordinates. They're coming, Okonkwo breathed, staring at the decoded message. When? The transmission is 12 years old. If they left when they sent it, 5 more years, maybe less if they have good engines. They looked at each other, two beings who had started as men and become something else, standing in a colony built for hundreds, but inhabited by 2.5. 5 years to prepare for visitors who might see them as salvation or abomination. We should clean the place up, Kieran said finally. This unit suggests starting with the recreational facility, Max added. The ping-pong table has not been maintained to regulation standards. They laughed, the sound carrying harmonics only they could hear, and set about preparing their home for guests. Whether those guests would accept what they'd become or flee in horror remained to be seen. But for the first time in 35 years, Kieran had something he'd thought lost forever, a future with other people in it. The desert wind sang through the colony's atmospheric processes, and somewhere in that song was the promise of voices, human or otherwise, coming home to a place that had never stopped waiting. The transformation was complete, but the story, Kieran realized, was just beginning. The moons rose over the desert, painting shadows across the sand, and Haven Colony hummed with life, patient and eternal, a testament to humanity's refusal to surrender, even when surrender would have been easier. In the hydroponics lab, earth vegetables grew in alien soil. In the laboratory, 2 kinds of human DNA samples waited in storage, preserving choice for future generations. And in the observation deck, 2 transformed souls and 1 very opinionated robot watched the stars, waiting for family they'd never met to arrive at a home that had never truly been abandoned. The last of Kieran's water from his original supply sat in a sealed container in his old habitat, now a museum of sorts. 7 liters that had meant 4 days of life. Now he could survive on the moisture in the air itself, pull water from minerals, live for centuries if his transformed cells held true. The gauge still read 7 liters, but the meaning had changed. Not a countdown to death, but a reminder of the moment everything transformed. Do you miss it? Okonkwo asked one day, finding Kieran staring at his old emergency beacon. the one that had failed all those years ago. Being baseline human? Sometimes. The simplicity of it. The clarity of knowing what you were. And now? Now I know what I can become. That's terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. This unit believes that is the definition of adventure, Max interjected, rolling up beside them. Since when do you believe anything, Max? Since approximately 3 years, 7 months and 12 days ago. This unit's adaptive programming has evolved beyond initial parameters. So you're saying you've transformed too? This unit prefers the term upgraded. It sounds more technical. They stood together, 3 unlikely survivors in a colony at the edge of known space, proof that life finds a way even when that way requires fundamental change. The stars above held millions of worlds, each one a challenge to human survival, each one a chance for transformation. Whatever comes next, Kieran said, we face it together. Together, Okonkwo agreed. Optimal functionality through companionship, Max added, which was his way of saying the same thing. The desert wind carried their words into the night, where they joined the endless conversation between colonies. The human voice refusing to be silenced, even by the vast darkness between stars. Haven Colony lived up to its name at last. A haven not just for human life, but for what human life could become when it chose adaptation over extinction. The future stretched before them, uncertain but no longer empty. And in that uncertainty was freedom, the freedom to become something new while remembering what they'd been. The freedom to evolve while maintaining the spark that made them human in all the ways that truly mattered. The transformation was complete. The story, like humanity itself, continued.
The sound of children laughing echoed across the courtyard of the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. Rick Walsh sat on a bench near the fountain, watching a group of young Centauri students play a game that looked like a combination of tag and zero-gravity ballet. He smiled, remembering how strange it had seemed when he first arrived 6 months ago. Now it felt normal. Rick was a staff sergeant in the Human Coalition Forces, though his current assignment barely felt like military duty. He was supposed to be training the local security teams, teaching them Earth combat techniques. Most days, he spent more time telling stories to curious children than drilling soldiers. The kids loved hearing about Earth animals, especially the weird ones. Last week, he had spent an entire afternoon explaining what a platypus was to a group of confused Alarian youngsters. Mr. Rick, a small voice called out. Lyra, a 9-year-old Centauri girl with silver skin and bright purple eyes, ran toward him. She held a data pad in her hands. I found a picture of that animal you told us about yesterday. The honey badger. Rick chuckled and took the pad from her. The screen showed a stocky, black and white creature with small eyes and visible claws. Yep, that's the one. Mean little thing. Fights animals 10 times its size and doesn't back down from anything. Is that why they call you honey badger? Lyra asked innocently. Rick's smile faded just a bit. His call sign was not something he advertised here. It came from a different time, a bloodier time during the border conflicts. Who told you that? He asked gently. I heard some of the security guards talking. They said you were scary when you fought. She looked worried. But you're nice to us. Rick ruffled her hair, careful not to touch the sensitive nerve clusters on her scalp. I'm nice to people who deserve nice. Animals like the honey badger, they're only dangerous when something threatens what they care about. Remember that, okay? Lyra nodded and ran back to her friends. Rick watched her go, then glanced up at the sky. It was clear today, a pale green color thanks to Viridian Iphi's unusual atmosphere. 3 moons hung visible even in daylight. Beautiful, peaceful, too peaceful. Rick's instincts had been bothering him for 3 days now. Little things. The supply ship that was supposed to arrive yesterday never showed up. The military communication channels had more chatter than usual. But when he asked about it, everyone said it was just routine exercises. This morning, he had noticed the automated defense turrets on the facility's outer walls were running diagnostic tests, which usually meant someone suspected they might need to use them soon. He had tried to talk to Headmaster Torvak about running emergency drills with the students. The Alarian administrator had shut him down immediately. "We will not frighten the children with unnecessary military exercises, Sergeant Walsh. This is a school, not a military base." Rick had wanted to argue, but Torvak was right in a way. The facility had been safe for 30 years. It housed children from 47 different species, mostly the sons and daughters of diplomats and military officers. Security was good. The location was remote. There was no reason to expect trouble, except Rick's gut said otherwise. A soft alarm chimed from his wrist communicator. Time for the afternoon assembly. Rick stood and stretched, his joints popping. He was pushing 40 now, older than most frontline soldiers, but he kept himself in shape. Had to. You never knew when old skills might be needed again. The courtyard filled with students as classes let out. Teachers guided lines of children toward the central assembly area. Rick spotted Headmaster Torvak on the raised platform adjusting his formal robes. The Alarian took these assemblies seriously, always giving speeches about unity and education and the bright future of the coalition. Rick positioned himself near the back, eyes scanning the crowd out of habit. Security guards stood at the regular posts. Everything looked normal. He started to relax, then the shields failed. It was not dramatic. No explosion, no alarm. The shimmering blue barrier that covered the facility like an invisible dome simply vanished. Rick saw it happen because he was looking up at exactly the right moment, watching a flock of local birds that had been deflected by the shield suddenly fly straight through where it used to be. Every instinct he had screamed, "Danger." "Get down," Rick roared, already moving. 3 seconds later, the sky split open with fire. Assault ships materialized out of stealth mode directly overhead, their hulls painted blood red. Rick recognized the design immediately. Marauder-class gunships favored by mercenary groups. The heavy weapons on their undersides glowed with charging energy. The first bombardment hit the security barracks on the east side of the facility. The building exploded in a ball of superheated plasma. The shockwave knocked dozens of children off their feet. Screaming started instantly, high-pitched and terrified. Rick was already running. His mind shifted gears, combat training taking over after months of dormancy. The armory was 300 meters away. He needed weapons. He needed to get the children to shelter. He needed to do both right now. Another explosion rocked the Western Guard Tower. Rick saw bodies thrown through the air. The automated defenses were not responding. That meant someone had hacked the systems before the attack. This was planned. Professional dark shapes dropped from the assault ships. Mercenaries in powered armor descending on jump jets. They landed hard in the courtyard, weapons already firing. Coalition guards who tried to fight back were cut down in seconds. Rick grabbed 2 small children who were frozen in terror and shoved them behind a decorative planter. "Run to the admin building. Underground shelter, go now." One of the children, a young Threxian boy, just stared at him with huge eyes. Rick forced himself to soften his voice. "I need you to be brave. Can you do that for me? Run fast and don't look back." The boy nodded and grabbed his friend's hand. They ran. Rick moved through the chaos, pulling children out of the open, directing them toward safety. A plasma bolt seared past his head, close enough that he smelled burning air. He dove behind the fountain as more shots chewed into the stone structure. A group of students huddled near the platform, pinned down by mercenary fire. He counted 8 children. Lyra was among them, pressed flat against the ground with tears streaming down her face. Their eyes met across 30 meters of open ground. She called out his name. Rick looked at the mercenaries advancing on their position. He looked at the children. He looked at the burning buildings and the bodies of guards who had not been fast enough. Then he looked at the armory. Still intact, but in the opposite direction. The choice took half a second. Rick sprinted toward the children, staying low. Plasma fire tracked him, but he was moving too fast, too erratically. He had done this before in worse situations, against worse odds. His body remembered even if his mind had tried to forget. He slid in next to Lyra, using his body to shield her from incoming fire. The other children clustered around him. "Uncle Rick," Lyra sobbed. "I'm scared." Rick checked his surroundings. They were trapped. More mercenaries were landing. The coalition guards were dead or scattered. Help was not coming fast enough. He had no weapons. He had no armor. He had 8 terrified children depending on him. Rick looked down at Lyra and smiled. It was not a nice smile. It was the smile of something that had been sleeping and was now very much awake. "Stay down, kids," he said quietly. "Uncle Rick's going to work now." The honey badger was loose, and honey badgers don't care about odds. Rick moved fast through the smoke and chaos. He kept the children behind him as he navigated toward the maintenance corridors. These passages ran beneath the facility like veins, used by repair crews and rarely traveled by students or teachers. Rick had mapped them during his first week here, old habits from his combat days. Always know the terrain, always have an escape route, stay close and stay quiet, he whispered to the 8 children following him. They obeyed without question, their fear making them compliant. Good. Fear could be useful if it kept them careful. They reached a service entrance hidden behind decorative panels. Rick pried it open with his bare hands, the metal groaning but giving way. Inside, the corridor was dark and cramped. He ushered the children through and sealed the door behind them. Emergency lighting strips glowed faintly along the floor, casting green shadows. Rick led them deeper into the facility's guts, moving by memory. The shelter was on the other side of the complex, beneath the administration building. It would take 15 minutes to get there through these tunnels. 15 minutes where anything could happen. Behind them, muffled explosions continued. The facility was being torn apart. They reached an intersection. Rick held up his hand, signaling the children to stop. He listened. Footsteps above. Heavy boots. Multiple contacts. He counted at least 6 moving in formation. Professionals. He needed a weapon. Rick gestured for the children to stay put and crept forward alone. The corridor opened into a maintenance bay where ventilation systems connected. Through a ceiling grate, he could see into the hallway above. 4 mercenaries stood there, armored and armed with military-grade plasma rifles. They were executing wounded coalition guards, shooting each one in the head to confirm kills. Rick's jaw tightened. These were not soldiers following rules of engagement. These were killers on a payroll. One mercenary split off from the group, moving down a side passage. Rick waited until the others moved out of sight, then silently climbed the access ladder to the grate. He pushed it up slowly, inch by inch, making no sound. The lone mercenary walked past, oblivious. Rick exploded upward. His hand clamped over the mercenary's mouth while his other arm locked around the neck in a chokehold. The mercenary struggled, trying to bring his weapon around, but Rick was already twisting. There was a muffled crack. The body went limp. Rick lowered the corpse to the ground and stripped it quickly. Plasma rifle, sidearm, combat knife. Armor was too big and would slow him down, but he took the communication earpiece and tactical display visor. The earpiece crackled to life in his ear. Mercenary chatter, Sector 7 clear. No resistance, main courtyard secured. We have the landing pads. Command, this is Team 3. We've got approximately 40 hostages in the auditorium, adults and juveniles. Rick filed away every piece of information, 60 combatants total based on the unit designations he was hearing. Their commander was someone called Cross. Their mission was hostage-taking, not slaughter. They wanted leverage that gave him an advantage. They would be cautious about collateral damage. He would not. Rick returned to the children. They stared at the weapons he now carried with wide eyes. Lyra looked like she might cry again. I'm still the same person, Rick said gently. These are just tools. Tools I know how to use to keep you safe. Understand? They nodded. He led them onward. The maintenance tunnels brought them near the administration building without encountering more mercenaries. Rick could see the reinforced shelter doors ahead, sealed but intact. Good. He activated the emergency override code and the heavy doors hissed open. Inside, he found chaos. 50 or 60 people, students and staff, huddled in the dim emergency lighting. Coalition guards stood at the entrance with weapons drawn until they recognized Rick. Sergeant Walsh, Lieutenant Dowell, a Centauri officer with blue skin and sharp features, rushed forward. Thank the stars. We thought everyone in the courtyard was dead. Most are, Rick said flatly. He guided his group of children inside, and they were immediately swarmed by relieved teachers. What's your status? We have maybe 20 combat-capable personnel. 15 guards, 5 armed teachers. The rest are civilians and children. The shields are down, communications are jammed, and we have no contact with reinforcements. How long until help arrives? Dal's face darkened. Best case, 4 hours. The nearest coalition fleet is 3 systems away. Rick nodded. That was about what he expected. The mercenaries have 40 more hostages in the auditorium. They're planning to use them as leverage. We should fortify this position and wait for extraction, Dal said. This shelter was built to withstand orbital bombardment. We can hold. For how long? Rick asked. They control the facility. They can cut life support, vent the atmosphere, or just set demolition charges. This shelter becomes a tomb if we wait. What are you suggesting? Rick checked the plasma rifle's charge. Full. Good. I'm going back out there. Dal grabbed his arm. That's suicide. You're one man against 60 trained mercenaries. 57, Rick corrected. I already killed 3. He pulled his arm free. I'm not asking permission, Lieutenant. I'm informing you of my intentions. When you hear explosions near the auditorium, that's your signal to push out and secure the landing pads. We need to call for help. You'll never reach the auditorium alive. Rick smiled that cold smile again. You don't know much about honey badgers, do you, Lieutenant? Before Dal could respond, Rick was moving toward the shelter exit. A small voice stopped him. Uncle Rick, wait. Pax, the young Threxian boy he had saved earlier, ran up to him. The child held out a small device. I know the facility better than anyone. All the kids do. We know every vent, every hidden passage. We want to help. Rick knelt down to the boy's level. You already helped by being brave and getting to safety. That's enough. But you're going to fight them alone. That's what I do, kid. Pax's eyes filled with tears, but his voice stayed steady. The honey badger fights big things and doesn't care. You told us that. But even honey badgers need help sometimes. Rick felt something twist in his chest. He put a hand on the boy's shoulder. You're right. I do need help. I need you to stay here and protect the others. Keep them calm. Keep them safe. Can you do that for me? Pax nodded, wiping his eyes. I can do that. Good man. Rick stood and walked toward the exit. He paused at the threshold, looking back at the frightened faces watching him. Children who had been laughing and playing just an hour ago. Adults who thought today would be like any other day. Listen to me, Rick said, his voice carrying through the shelter. I know you're scared. I know this seems impossible, but I need you to believe something. I need you to believe that I will get those hostages out. I need you to believe that we will survive this. Because that belief, that hope, is what keeps us human. It's what makes us different. We don't give up. We don't abandon each other. And we sure as hell don't let monsters win. He hefted the plasma rifle. So stay strong. Stay together. And when this is over, we'll all walk out of here. That's a promise. The shelter doors sealed behind him with a solid thunk. Rick was alone in hostile territory, outnumbered and outgunned. He had been in worse situations, not many, but a few. The earpiece crackled with mercenary communications. They were consolidating positions, tightening control. They thought they had won. They thought it was over. Rick started moving through the facility like a ghost, silent, deadly, hunting time to show them what happened when you made a human. Angry. Time to show them what a honey badger could do when you threatened its family. The children were his family now. All of them. Every single child in this facility, and Rick Walsh protected family no matter the cost. Rick moved through the facility like death wearing skin. He knew every corner of this place now, every blind spot and choke point. The mercenaries were good, but they were fighting on his ground. He found Team 5 in the eastern dormitory, 4 soldiers searching rooms for hiding children. Rick watched them from a ventilation shaft above. They moved with discipline, covering each other, checking corners. Professional work, too bad for them. Rick waited until they split into pairs, 2 entering rooms on opposite sides of the hall. Then he dropped through a ceiling panel behind the rear pair. The combat knife entered the first mercenary's neck before the man could turn. Rick caught the falling body, used it as a shield as the second mercenary spun around. The plasma bolt meant for Rick's head hit his dead comrade instead. Rick threw the corpse forward, closing distance. The mercenary backpedaled, trying to bring his rifle up. Too slow. Rick was inside his guard, striking with precise brutality. Elbow to throat. Knee to groin. Knife to chest cavity. The mercenary dropped without making a sound loud enough to alert his teammates. The other 2 emerged from their rooms and Rick was already moving. He fired the plasma rifle he had taken. Double tap center mass on the first target. The mercenary's shields flared and died. The body hit the floor. Rick rolled sideways as return fire chewed into the wall where he had been standing. He came up behind a support pillar and tossed his knife around the corner. It was a bad throw, not meant to kill, just to distract. The last mercenary tracked the movement, firing at the blade. Rick swung out and put 2 rounds through the man's helmet. 4 down. Rick salvaged ammunition and a better rifle, then melted back into the facility's hidden spaces. The mercenary communication channel erupted with status checks for Team 5. When they did not respond, the chatter changed tone. Confusion became concern. Good. Fear was a weapon too. Rick accessed the facility's internal systems through a maintenance terminal. The mercenaries had locked down most functions, but they had missed the environmental controls. Rick triggered the fire suppression systems in the western wing. Foam and chemical retardant flooded 3 corridors, killing visibility and forcing mercenary teams to relocate. While they stumbled through the foam, Rick hit them from unexpected angles. A plasma grenade rolled down a stairwell. Precisely aimed shots from long distance through windows. He was everywhere and nowhere, striking and vanishing before they could respond. The enemy commander's voice came through the earpiece, tight with anger. All teams switch to thermal imaging. The human is using the environment against us. Teams 6 and 7 converge on the western wing. Find him and kill him, Rick smiled. They were bunching up, abandoning defensive positions to hunt him. Perfect. He led them on a chase through the maintenance areas, leaving just enough traces to keep them following. Footprints in the foam. A door left slightly ajar. The occasional glimpse of movement. Basic stuff, but effective against soldiers focused on closing with an enemy. When 12 mercenaries were grouped in a junction corridor, Rick detonated the plasma battery pack he had rigged to the power conduits above them. The explosion was not huge, but it did not need to be. The conduits ruptured, spraying superheated coolant and electrical discharge. The mercenaries' shields overloaded. Men screamed. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Rick did not stay to watch. He was already moving to his next position. The mercenary channel dissolved into chaos. Orders being shouted. Teams calling for medical assistance. Someone yelling about falling back. The commander's voice cut through it all. All units consolidate at rally points. Stop chasing him. He's baiting us into traps. Defensive positions now. Rick had bought time, but he had not freed the hostages. He needed to reach the auditorium. According to the communications he was monitoring, Commander Cross had moved the captured civilians there, using them as human shields. He made his way through the facility's upper levels, avoiding the main corridors where mercenaries had regrouped. Through a classroom window, he spotted the auditorium across the central courtyard. 20 soldiers surrounded it in defensive positions. Getting in would be nearly impossible. He needed a new approach. Rick found what he was looking for in the theater's technical booth. The facility's old communication array, shut down by the jamming but still physically intact. If he could boost the signal strength and punch through a burst transmission, he might be able to call for help. But he did not know how. This was not his specialty. Movement behind him. Rick spun, raising his weapon. Pac stood there with 3 other children. They had followed him somehow, using the passages only they knew. "What are you doing here?" Rick demanded, keeping his voice low. "I told you to stay in the shelter." "We can help," Pac said. "We know how to fix things. The teachers let us help the engineers sometimes. We can make the communication thing work." Rick wanted to send them back, but looking at their determined faces, he realized something. These children had already seen the worst. Hiding them away would not erase that, and they were offering help he desperately needed. "Okay," he said, "but you do exactly what I say when I say it." "Understood?" They nodded. While Rick kept watch, the children worked on the array with surprising skill. Pax explained what they were doing in simple terms, rerouting power and adjusting frequencies. Within 10 minutes, they had a working transmitter. "It will only work for a few seconds before the jamming blocks it again," Pax said. "What do we send?" Rick took the transmitter. He thought about complicated distress codes and tactical briefings. Then he thought about what would actually get a response from people who knew him. He set the message to repeat on emergency frequencies and hit transmit. "Academy under attack. Honey Badger needs help. Coordinates follow." The transmission burst out into space, a single shout into the dark. Then the jamming crashed back down and the array went dead. "Did it work?" one of the children asked. "We'll find out," Rick said. "Now we get you back to the shelter." He led them back through the safe routes, moving slowly and carefully. They encountered no resistance. When they reached the shelter, Lieutenant Dal was organizing a defense with the guards. "Sergeant, we heard explosions." "What's the situation?" "I've reduced their numbers and disrupted their control," Rick reported. But they still have 40 hostages in the auditorium. That's our next objective. That's suicide. They have that position locked down. Then I'll have to get creative. Rick checked his weapons. He was running low on ammunition. I need explosives, whatever you have. Dal hesitated, then nodded to one of his guards. The man brought out a small case of breaching charges used for emergency door removal. Rick took them and started rigging a harness. The children watched him work. Uncle Rick, Lyra said quietly, are you going to die? He paused, looking at her honest, scared face. He could lie, but she deserved better. Maybe, he said. But that won't stop me from trying. Because here's the thing about honey badgers, Lyra. They don't fight because they think they'll win. They fight because something needs protecting. And as long as I can still move, as long as I can still pull a trigger, those people in the auditorium have a chance. He stood up, fully armed now. Lieutenant Dal, give me 20 minutes. Then push for the landing pads with everyone who can fight. We need to signal for help. 20 minutes won't be enough. Rick headed for the exit. Then I'll just have to work faster. The doors sealed behind him for the second time. Somewhere in the facility, 40 people waited for rescue or death. Rick intended to give them the first option, even if it cost him everything. Rick observed the auditorium from his position in the ceiling crawlspace. Below him, 40 hostages sat in the center of the large room surrounded by armed mercenaries. He counted 18 guards positioned around the perimeter. Commander Cross stood near the stage, a tall figure in crimson armor, speaking into a communication device. The hostages looked terrified. Teachers held young children close. Older students tried to stay calm, but their fear was obvious. Headmaster Torvak sat among them, his usual confident posture replaced by something broken and defeated. Rick had 18 minutes left before Lieutenant Dal's pushed to the landing pads. He needed to create enough chaos to split the mercenary forces. Time to work. He moved through the crawl space above the auditorium, planting breaching charges at key structural points. He was not trying to bring down the building, just create openings. The technical booth overlooked the main floor from a high angle. Perfect position. Rick descended into the booth quietly. The equipment here controlled lighting, sound, and environmental systems for the auditorium. He began preparing his surprise, setting timers and routing commands. Below, Commander Cross addressed the hostages. Your coalition is being contacted now. They will have simple terms. Withdraw all forces from the outer reach territories or you die. Your governments value territory less than they value your lives, so you should hope they choose wisely. A young Alarian teacher spoke up, voice shaking. Why are you doing this? These are children. Cross turned to her slowly. Because children make excellent leverage. Adults will do anything to protect their offspring. It is weakness we exploit. Rick's finger hovered over the activation switch. He wanted to kill this man so badly his hand shook. But timing mattered. He needed maximum confusion. He triggered the first charge. The explosion blew out a section of wall near the stage. Alarms immediately began wailing throughout the facility. Rick activated every sound and light system in the auditorium at once. Speakers roared with feedback. Emergency strobes flashed in random patterns. Fire suppression foam began spraying from ceiling nozzles. The mercenaries reacted instantly, training taking over. They moved to defensive positions, but their formations were broken by the chaos. Hostages scattered in panic, some running for the exits, others freezing in place. Rick dropped through a ceiling panel into the technical booth's upper platform. He began firing controlled shots into the mercenary positions below. 3 went down in the first seconds before the others located him. Return fire chewed into the booth's protective barriers. On the main floor, Headmaster Torvak saw what was happening. Saw Rick fighting alone against impossible odds. Something in the old administrator's face changed. He grabbed the young teacher next to him. Get the children to the exits, he shouted over the noise. When they're confused, we move. The teacher stared at him. We'll be killed, maybe, but that human is dying to save us. I won't let his sacrifice be wasted. Torvak stood up despite the plasma fire filling the air. Everyone move now! Exit doors, go! Some hostages ran. Others hesitated. Rick provided covering fire, forcing the mercenaries to take cover instead of shooting fleeing civilians. But there were too many angles, too many guns. A plasma bolt caught a running Centauri man in the back. He fell. A child screamed. Rick changed tactics. He threw a plasma grenade toward the largest group of mercenaries. They scattered. In that moment, Rick jumped from the booth platform. using a deployed banner as an improvised rope to swing down to the main floor. He landed hard, rolled, came up firing. The closest mercenary went down. Rick grabbed his fallen body and used it as a shield while advancing. Plasma fire from multiple directions hit the corpse. Rick fired around it, targeting weapons and exposed limbs, disabling rather than killing when possible to create obstacles and confusion. A mercenary charged him with a combat blade. Rick sidestepped, let the man's momentum carry him past, then shot him in the back. He spun and fired at a mercenary trying to line up a shot on fleeing hostages. The shot went wide but made the mercenary duck. Half the hostages were out now, running through the exits. Rick moved to a position between them and the mercenaries, drawing fire deliberately. Plasma bolts scorched past him. One grazed his arm, burning through sleeve and skin. He ignored the pain. Commander Cross appeared from behind cover, his personal shield shimmering. "You must be the one they call Honey Badger. I heard you were dead." "Not yet," Rick said, firing. His shot splashed harmlessly off Cross's military-grade shields. "You cannot win this. Look around. My men still outnumber you. The hostages you saved will be recaptured. Your heroics change nothing." Rick smiled, blood running down his burned arm. "You're wrong. I already won." "How?" "Because those kids are running. Because that old administrator found his courage. Because humans don't measure victory by whether we survive. We measure it by whether we protected what mattered." Cross raised his weapon. "Then die with your pride." The auditorium doors burst open. Lieutenant Dal and 20 armed defenders poured in, firing as they came. The mercenaries, caught between Rick's position and the new threat, broke formation. Some tried to return fire. Others attempted to flee. Rick used the confusion to close distance with Cross. He tackled the commander, both of them crashing to the floor. Cross was stronger, his armor giving him advantage. They struggled for control. Above them, the ceiling groaned. Rick's charges had done more damage than he intended. Structural supports were failing. Dal's voice rang out. "Everyone out. Building's coming down!" The defenders grabbed hostages and ran. Rick and Cross continued fighting among the chaos. The commander's fist caught Rick's jaw, snapping his head back. Rick responded with an elbow strike that cracked Cross's helmet visor. "You're insane," Cross gasped. "We're both going to die." "Good," Rick said and punched him again. Hands grabbed Rick from behind. Lieutenant Dal and 2 guards were dragging him toward the exit. "Let go," Rick shouted. "He's their commander." "And you're no good to anyone dead," Dal snapped. "Move." They ran for the exit as the ceiling began collapsing. Cross scrambled to his feet and ran the opposite direction, heading for a side emergency exit. Dust and debris filled the air. The main chandelier fell, crushing 2 mercenaries who were too slow. Rick's group burst out into the courtyard just as a section of the auditorium roof caved in. They kept running, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing structure. Behind them, explosions echoed as power systems overloaded. When they finally stopped, Rick counted heads. All the hostages were out, some wounded but alive. The defenders had taken casualties, but most survived. Lieutenant Dal looked at the burning auditorium, then at Rick. "That was the most reckless, stupid, insane thing I have ever witnessed." Rick wiped blood from his mouth. "Did it work?" "The hostages are free. The mercenaries are scattered." "I'd say yes, it worked," a young voice called out. "Uncle Rick!" Lyra's older sister ran toward them from the group of freed hostages. She threw her arms around Rick, sobbing. "Thank you. Thank you for saving us." Rick awkwardly patted her back, uncomfortable with the gratitude. "Just doing my job." "No," Headmaster Torvak approached, his robes torn and dirty. "You did far more than your job. You gave us hope when we had none. You showed us what courage looks like." The old Alarian met Rick's eyes. "I was wrong about you. Wrong to dismiss your concerns. Wrong to think peace meant we could forget how to fight. You tried to prepare us and I refused to listen." Rick shook his head. "Doesn't matter now. We're not done yet. Cross is still out there with at least 20 mercenaries. We need to secure the landing pads and call for real help." As if summoned by his words, a low rumble filled the air. Everyone looked up. The sky split open with light. Coalition fighters screamed through the atmosphere, weapons hot and targeting systems locked. Behind them, the massive shape of a battle cruiser dropped out of faster-than-light travel, its hull bearing the name Vigilant. Rick's emergency transmission had gotten through. Help had arrived. The Coalition fighters hit the mercenary ships like hammers of light. Plasma cannons tore into the Marauder-class vessels still hovering above the facility. One exploded immediately, its reactor breaching in a brilliant flash. The other two tried to run, activating their stealth systems and boosting for orbit. They did not make it. Missiles from the Vigilant tracked them through every evasion attempt. The second ship died in a cascade of secondary explosions. The third managed to return fire, its desperate shots splashing against the battlecruiser's shields before a fighter wing surrounded it and pounded it into debris. The sky cleared of threats in under 3 minutes. On the ground, the remaining mercenaries saw their escape routes vanish. Some threw down their weapons immediately. Others, either braver or more foolish, tried to fight. Coalition Marines dropped from assault shuttles, heavily armed and ready for combat. The brief firefights that erupted were one-sided. Rick watched it happen from the courtyard, leaning against a broken fountain. His body was starting to register all the damage he had taken. Burns, cuts, bruises, probably some cracked ribs. His right arm was barely functional. But he stayed on his feet because sitting down felt too much like giving up. Lieutenant Dow coordinated with the arriving Marines, directing them to pockets of remaining resistance. The freed hostages were being evacuated to the shuttles for medical treatment. Children cried, some in relief, others still terrified. Teachers did their best to comfort them. A shuttle landed near Rick's position. The ramp dropped and a familiar figure strode out. Commander Yates, human, 50s, with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore full combat armor and carried himself like someone who had been fighting wars since before Rick was born. Because he had. Rick Walsh, Yates said, looking him over. You look like hell. Feel worse, Rick admitted. Good to see you, Commander. Got your message. Honey Badger needs help. That's a first. You've never asked for help before. Yates glanced around at the destroyed facility, the bodies, the frightened children being led to safety. Looks like you did pretty well on your own, though. Had help. The lieutenant here and his people. The kids, too. Brave little things. Yates nodded slowly. How many mercenaries? Started with 60. I dropped maybe 15. The rest scattered or surrendered when you showed up. 15, Yates let that sink in. You killed 15 trained mercenaries while protecting hostages and coordinating a defense. With no backup and no plan. Rick shrugged, then winced as the movement pulled something painful in his shoulder. Had a plan. It was just a bad plan. But bad plans are better than no plans. A medic approached, but Rick waved him off. I'm fine. Check the kids first. Sir, you're bleeding. I said I'm fine. Yates dismissed the medic with a gesture. When they were alone, the older man's expression softened slightly. You know you could have died here, right? Against those odds, you should have died. Yeah, I know. So why? Why not get yourself to safety and wait for us? Rick looked across the courtyard to where Lyra sat with her sister, both of them wrapped in emergency blankets. The little girl saw him looking and waved. He waved back with his good arm. Because she called my name, Rick said quietly. Because I couldn't leave them. Because someone had to stand between these kids and the monsters. And I was here, so it had to be me. Yates followed his gaze. The human condition. We can't help ourselves. We see someone in trouble and we have to help even when it's stupid. Especially when it's stupid, Rick agreed. A commotion drew their attention. Marines were escorting a group of captured mercenaries through the courtyard. Among them, limping and covered in dust, was Commander Cross. His expensive armor was dented and his helmet was missing. He saw Rick and stopped walking, staring. You, Cross said. You should be dead. The building collapsed. I got out. But how? How did one man do all this? Cross looked genuinely confused. We outnumbered you, outgunned you, had every advantage. How did we lose? Rick pushed himself off the fountain, standing straight despite the pain. Because you thought this was a military operation. Calculated risks and acceptable losses. But for me, this was personal. Every child in this facility became my responsibility the moment you attacked. And humans don't do well with math when someone threatens our kids. We don't care about odds. We care about protecting what matters. Cross shook his head. Your species is insane. Probably, Rick agreed. But we're your insane species. We're the ones who show up when everyone else says it's impossible. We're the ones who stand and fight when logic says to run. And we're the ones who will tear through an army to save a single child. Remember that. Make sure whoever hired you remembers it too. The Marines led Cross away. Yates chuckled. Making speeches now? You really did hit your head. Maybe. Rick finally allowed himself to sit down on the fountain's edge. How bad is it? The casualties? Yates's expression grew serious. 47 coalition personnel dead. 12 students. 19 injured critically. It's bad, Rick, but it would have been worse. If you hadn't acted, if you hadn't bought time, we would have arrived to find hundreds dead and the survivors held hostage. Rick closed his eyes. 12 students. 12 children who had been laughing and playing just hours ago. He could see their faces in his mind, knew their names, felt their weight settle on his shoulders alongside all the other ghosts he carried. Hey. Yates's hand gripped his shoulder. You saved hundreds more. That matters. Doesn't feel like it. It never does. But those kids over there, they're alive because of you. Their families get to hold them again. That has to count for something. Rick opened his eyes and looked around the courtyard again. Saw the survivors. Saw the relief and grief mixing on their faces. Saw Pax and his friends being reunited with their parents who had just arrived on the shuttles. Saw Lyra running toward him, breaking free from her sister. She crashed into him and hugged him tight, careful of his injuries. You did it, Uncle Rick, you saved us. Rick hugged her back with his good arm, feeling something tight in his chest. We saved each other, kid. You and Pax and all the brave people here. Everyone who didn't give up. That's why we're still standing. Headmaster Torvak approached slowly. The old Ilarian looked like he had aged years in a single day. Sergeant Walsh, I owe you an apology. Several apologies. And my life, along with the lives of everyone here. You fought when it counted, Rick said. That's what mattered. I should have listened to you. Should have prepared. Should have run those drills you requested. Torvak's voice broke slightly. 12 students died because I was too proud, too certain we were safe. No, Rick said firmly. They died because mercenaries attacked a school. Because someone evil made an evil choice. You're not responsible for what they did. None of us are. Torvak wiped his eyes. How do you carry it? The weight of those we couldn't save? Rick looked at Lyra, still holding on to him. At the other children being loaded onto evacuation shuttles. At the survivors helping each other through the wreckage. By remembering the ones we did save, he said. By making sure their survival means something. By being better tomorrow than we were today. Medical personnel finally convinced Rick to let them treat his injuries. They loaded him onto a stretcher despite his protests. As they carried him toward a medical shuttle, children lined the path. Some waved. Some called his name. Some just watched with wide, grateful eyes. Pax ran up and pressed something into Rick's hand. The honey badger figurine the children had been carving in art class, now finished. For you, the boy said. So you remember us? Rick's throat felt tight. I could never forget you, Pax. Any of you. The medical shuttle lifted off, carrying Rick toward the Vigilance medical bay. Through the window, he watched the facility grow smaller below. The destruction was obvious from the air. Collapsed buildings, scorch marks. The evidence of violence, but also evidence of survival. People moving through the wreckage, helping each other, refusing to be broken. That was humanity's real strength, Rick thought, as exhaustion finally claimed him. Not that they were strong or fast or clever, but that they refused to give up. That they cared so deeply for others that they would fight impossible battles and endure terrible costs. That when a child cried out in fear, a human answered, and nothing in the universe could stop them from trying to help. Nothing at all. 3 months passed before Rick was cleared for duty again. The doctors on the Vigilant had patched him up, but the injuries went deeper than burns and broken bones. He spent 2 weeks in the medical bay, another month in rehabilitation, and several sessions with a counselor who specialized in combat trauma. Rick hated every minute of it, but he went through the motions. The counselor was a patient Ilarian woman named Vera, who let him sit in silence for most of their sessions. Eventually he started talking about the children who died, about the ones who survived, about the weight of choosing who to save first when everyone needed saving. You did everything possible, Vera said during their last session. You know that, right? Knowing it and feeling it are different things, Rick replied. They are. But feeling guilty for not being able to save everyone just means you care. And the galaxy needs people who care, Sergeant Walsh. Especially now. Rick was stationed on Frontier Base 7 when he received the message. It was a video file, marked as coming from the Galactic Juvenile Education Facility. He almost deleted it, not ready to face those memories. But something made him open it. The screen showed the facility's courtyard rebuilt and clean. Students walked between classes. Teachers supervised. Everything looked normal again, peaceful. Then the camera panned to show a memorial garden that had not existed before. Stone pathways wound between flowering plants from dozens of worlds. At the center stood a statue carved from white marble. It showed a human figure, battle-worn and determined, with children of various species gathered around him in protective embrace. The plaque at its base read, "The Honey Badger. When Earth sends its best, they send their heart, in memory of those lost, in honor of those who stood." The video continued. Headmaster Torvak appeared on screen, looking older but steadier than Rick remembered. "Sergeant Walsh, if you're watching this, I wanted you to see what we built. The memorial honors everyone who fell defending this facility. But the statue is you specifically because you embodied something we needed to remember. That courage is not about being unafraid. It is about acting despite fear. That strength is not about overpowering others. It is about protecting those who cannot protect themselves." The camera shifted to show Lyra, now several months older and smiling. "Hi, Uncle Rick, I hope you're doing okay. We miss you. I wanted to tell you something. After everything happened, I was really scared. Scared to go back to class. Scared to be alone. But then I remembered what you said about honey badgers. They don't care about being scared. They just do what needs doing. So I tried to be brave like you, and it got easier. Thank you for teaching us that." More children appeared in the video, each sharing a brief message. Pax talked about how he wanted to join the coalition forces when he grew up, to help protect others like Rick had protected them. Others shared artwork they had made, stories they had written, ways they had found courage in dark moments by remembering the human who had fought for them. The video ended with Commander Yates appearing on screen. "Rick, stop being stubborn and check your messages. You've received commendations from 7 different governments. The coalition is offering you any posting you want. The facility wants you to come back as head of security with triple your old pay, and about 100 families want to thank you personally. You're famous now. Deal with it." Rick sat in his small quarters on the base, staring at the blank screen. Famous. He did not want to be famous. He wanted to be left alone to do his job. His communicator chimed. "Incoming call." He almost ignored it, but the caller ID made him pause. Lieutenant Dal. Rick answered. Dal's blue face appeared, looking pleased. "Sergeant Walsh, good to see you up and around. Lieutenant, what can I do for you?" "Actually, I'm calling with an offer. The facility is reopening next month. They want a complete security overhaul. New protocols, new training, new everything. They asked me to head the project. I accepted on one condition, that you join my team." Rick hesitated. "I don't know if I can go back there." "I understand. But consider this. Those children remember you. They need to see that heroes don't just disappear after the battle. They keep going, keep working, keep caring. Your presence there would mean more than any security system we could install. I'm not a hero, Dal. I'm just a soldier who got lucky." "You're wrong. You're exactly what a hero looks like. Imperfect, stubborn, willing to sacrifice everything for others. That's the definition." Dal leaned closer to the camera. "The children need to see that you survived. That doing the right thing doesn't always mean dying for it. Sometimes it means living with it and choosing to keep helping people." Rick thought about the statue in the memorial garden, about Lyra's message, about all the children who were finding courage by remembering what one determined human had done. "I'll think about it," Rick said finally. "That's all I ask. Take your time. The offer stands whenever you're ready." The call ended. Rick sat alone with his thoughts. Outside his window, Frontier Base 7 bustled with activity. Ships coming and going, soldiers training, people living their lives unaware that somewhere out there, a single act of desperate courage had become a story told across worlds. Rick opened his footlocker and pulled out the honey badger figurine Pax had given him. The carving was rough, childish, but made with care. He set it on his desk where he could see it. Maybe Dal was right. Maybe going back was the right choice. Not to be celebrated or honored, but to show those children that you could face horror and come out the other side. That scars heal. That life continues. That protecting others is a responsibility that does not end when the battle does. His communicator chimed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. Rick opened it. "Uncle Rick, this is Pax. Lieutenant Dal gave me your contact info. I hope that's okay. I wanted you to know something. I'm starting a club at the facility. It's called the Honey Badger Corps. We help younger students when they're scared. We stand up to bullies. We do volunteer work in the community. We try to be brave like you were. Like you are. 30 kids joined in the first week. We wear patches with a honey badger on them. Is that okay? Rick stared at the message for a long time. Then he typed a reply. It's more than okay, Pax. It's perfect. Keep being brave. Keep helping others. That's what matters most. I'm proud of you. He sent the message, then stood and walked to his window. Looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, children were learning that courage was not about being fearless. It was about choosing to act despite fear. That strength was not about domination. It was about protection. That humans, for all their flaws and weaknesses, had something special. They cared. They refused to give up. They stood between the innocent and the dark. And when a child cried out, they answered. Rick made his decision. He would go back to the facility. Not as a hero seeking glory, but as a teacher showing students what it meant to keep going after tragedy, to turn pain into purpose, to transform fear into determination, because that was the real legacy of the honey badger. Not the violence or the desperate battle, but the choice to keep caring, keep protecting, keep standing up for those who needed someone in their corner. He opened his communicator and sent a message to Lieutenant Dahl. I accept your offer. When do we start? The response came back immediately. Welcome back, Sergeant. We start by rebuilding, together. Rick smiled slightly. Rebuilding, that felt right. Take something broken and make it whole again. Take frightened children and help them find strength. Take a tragedy and transform it into a lesson about resilience. That was the human way. Not the strongest. Not the fastest. Not the most advanced. But the ones who refused to quit. The ones who cared so deeply that they would fight impossible battles and carry impossible burdens. The ones who, when darkness came, chose to be the light. Rick packed his gear that night. Tomorrow he would ship out to Viridian IV, back to the facility where he had nearly died, back to the children who remembered him, back to the work of protecting and teaching and showing others that courage was not about never being afraid. It was about being afraid and doing the right thing anyway. As he prepared to sleep, Rick looked one more time at the honey badger figurine on his desk. Such a small thing, such a simple gift, but it represented something larger. Hope, resilience, the refusal to give up even when everything seemed lost. He thought about all the children across the galaxy who would hear the story of the Academy attack, who would learn about the human who stood alone against an army because it was the right thing to do, who would find their own courage in his example. That was the real victory. Not surviving the battle, but inspiring others to be brave in their own battles, whatever form those took. To stand up when it was easier to stay down, to protect when it was safer to hide, to care when it was simpler not to. Rick closed his eyes and for the first time in 3 months slept without nightmares, because he had made his choice. He would keep going, keep helping, keep standing between children and danger for as long as he was able. That was enough. That was everything. The honey badger was going home, and somewhere in the dark between stars the story spread, whispered in coalition briefing rooms and mercenary hideouts and civilian gatherings. The story of one human who had shattered enemy lines with nothing but determination and an absolute refusal to let children die on his watch. The story of what happens when you threaten something a human has decided to protect. The story of the honey badger who didn't care about odds, only about doing what was right. And the galaxy listened and learned and remembered. Because some stories, some acts of courage echo forever. This was one of them.
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It's still vibrating, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray-painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real bass cannon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets, and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines, and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents?" "No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" Nope, new property owners apparently. Legal. Transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says, masters and chains. You can nap between disasters. Fine. By the time the elevator opened, the button read, clearly, do not press. It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant glow, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable. The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents, no countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. Well, Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, I guess it's broken. Link eyed it warily. Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process. They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, fresh pizza available, in bright green font. Oh, no. Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects, and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, band exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." "What thing?" "The green thing." "That's not very descriptive," Link said. "No," Stanley agreed. "But trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza." "Wait, why would it be looking for pizza?" Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fistfight with a self-aware filing cabinet. "Because," he said, "some genius cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program." "That seems like a terrible idea." "It was. Thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero. Spun green thing." Now, 2 green things were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa fighting a raccoon. "So, what exactly do they do?" he asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "to for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. "They save people." "That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza." Link blinked. "You mean they don't actually care about helping?" "No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch." Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. "So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box," Stanley said. "If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies." The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. "We sensed a Domino's," it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. "So, subplots." Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. "Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone." "How?" "I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked." "Did it?" "No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances." Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. "Hit it in the Roomba port." "Noted." As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. "Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. "Oh no," Stanley muttered, "the time rats." Link slowly turned. "Time? Rats? They're rats, right?" Stanley said, rubbing his temple. "But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap." "That sounds cute," Stanley offered. "I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls." "Are they dangerous?" "Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it?" "You'll see a rat reading." Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. "Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough." Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh no," Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. "You have the cheese wisdom," the green thing declared. "No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple." and as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house? Raphael shrugged. Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again. They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them much worse. In glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to infinite cheese and your sauce is strong. He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. Just know this, he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all. Raphael saluted. So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings. Got it! Stanley groaned and turned on his side. You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave. Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. So I was thinking, no, Stanley mumbled. We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. There's a note next to it in the logs, Link continued. It says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy. Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings, Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt. I like trees, Raphael offered. I like zoning boards, Stanley growled. They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories. I'm just saying, Link added, if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band. Raphael gasped. Yes, emotional resonance concert. Stanley sat up abruptly. Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally. Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. This place smells like aromatherapy, Link said. Raphael inhaled. Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast? Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails back. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates. Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything.
This is why you never give these people any credibility.
You think it's permissible for people to attack me, and that's covered under self-defense,
if you
even if
finish
I don't
that
strike them
sentence,
first?
I think that there's an argument to be made during such terrible times as these that, like, opposition, of course, could be justified. Yeah,
With attacking or killing people that don't agree with
potentially, yes, yeah, I think so.
So he agrees with attacking or killing people that you don't like or agree with. Okay.
Was I spreading any ideas today?
You're spreading the idea that you should watch that video and think that Jonathan Ross is.
Was I spreading that idea today?
You
or was
spread
I...
that idea to me.
No,
So if you disagree with him about a YouTube video, now you have to die.
you asked me what my opinion was, and I told you.
Yes.
You asked.
Yes.
You think that it would be acceptable for somebody to hurt or kill?
No, I didn't say that.
You did. You said that you think that it's acceptable
Oh,
for
I didn't say that.
opposition forces to hurt or kill people who don't agree with them.
Like,
and you are
not across the
intentionally,
board, like,
you
not
are
in any
intentionally
circumstance.
following me around
Oh.
telling opposition forces that I don't agree with them.
Yes.
All of these people that are begging for your empathy will kill you as soon as they can. This is why you never give these people any credibility.
You think it's permissible for people to attack me, and that's covered under self-defense, even if I don't strike them first?
I think that there's an argument to be made during such terrible times as these that, like, opposition, of course, could be justified. Yeah,
With attacking or killing people that don't agree with them.
potentially, yes, yeah, I think so.
So he agrees with attacking or killing people that you don't like or agree with. Okay.
Was I spreading any ideas today?
You're spreading the idea that you should watch that video and think that Jonathan Ross is.
Was I spreading that idea today?
You
or was
spread that
I...
idea to me.
No,
So if you disagree with him about a YouTube video, now you have to die.
you asked me what my opinion was, and I told you.
Yes.
You asked.
Yes.
You think that it would be acceptable for somebody to hurt or kill?
No, I didn't say that.
You did. You said that you think that it's acceptable
Oh,
for
I didn't say that.
opposition forces to hurt or kill people who don't agree with them.
Like,
And you are
not across the
intentionally,
board, like,
you
not
are
in any
intentionally
circumstance.
following me around
Oh.
telling opposition forces that I don't agree with them.
Yes.
This is home. This is home, honey. Yeah, this is Park Home.
What you looking at?
You broke into my apartment?
Yeah, I did that. It's not like you had anything worth shit. Stole all your stuff and all I had was these kicks to show for it. It's your little dirty ass. You need to get out my face. What you gonna do? You gonna do something? You gonna do something, huh? You little mother... Don't you ever call me. Thanks for the tip. Keep it up. All right, man. What up, Chris?
You tell me.
Yo, you know they been living by themselves all summer?
Oh, word?
Yeah, man. They the reason housing authorities around here so much.
Not you, huh?
Yo, they were supposed to have been in Riverview a long time ago when I put the popo on the Curtis.
Okay.
What I mean is the police, they was accusing me of breaking into apartments.
Right.
And What you saying? They said they'd drop it if I gave him some.
So you gave him?
I just told him that Curtis was selling, that's it.
So you gave him Curtis?
Nah, that's it, man. Nothing about you, just Curtis.
Right, because you wouldn't snitch on me, right?
Nah, hell no, I wouldn't snitch on you, hell no, man.
You my man.
Hell yeah, when niggas be talking about your beard, I be the one defending you. Word up.
What's your name?
Octavius Stallworth.
Okay, Mr. Stallworth. See those two ugly, sweaty dudes over there? I want you to become friends with them, okay? We all gonna take a ride together. Let's take a ride. Get them.
Is this a joke?
No, it's not. It's a segment we do on our show called The Second Date Update. So I'm calling today about a guy that you went on a date with. His name is Luke.
I'm sorry. I don't know who you're talking about. I haven't gone out with anybody named Luke.
What?
You haven't gone out with anybody named Luke?
I've been married for like 3 years. I haven't gone out with anybody.
What?
You've been married for 3 years.
Yes, I'm very happy.
Did you?
By any chance, are you married to a guy named Luke?
Maybe.
No,
Do you know any Luke?
I have zero clue what you guys are talking about. Really? Can you be more clear?
Yeah, sure. I bet you'd appreciate that, and probably your husband, too. Wow. We got an email from a guy named Luke who said that he went out with you. He said that he met you when he was at your office applying for a job. He had a job interview. He said he was in the lobby trying to open the door but couldn't get the door open right, and you helped him out. And then you guys...
Oh, no. Okay.
So wait, that part happened?
Yeah, that part did happen. I think I just realized who you're talking about.
Okay, so you do know a Luke.
I met a Luke a couple days ago. He came in for a job interview.
Jaywalk.
The light was green.
The light was red.
You know that unicorn candle? Is there any chance you can give it back?
Why?
My daughter, she's kind of obsessed with unicorns at the moment.
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe, you can give it back and, I'll try you $100 or something.
You trying to bribe me to give your daughter the unicorn candle?
I wouldn't say I'm bribing you. More like I'm asking you a favour, And if you can do it, I'll show a bit of gratitude and throw you some cash.
Do I look like I need the money?
I don't think you look like you need the money.
You know how much I make in a year?
Why are you being a dickhead?
Yeah, I think one of us is being a dickhead.
Why the f*** would you take a present off a little kid? You're a grown man. What the f*** do you want with a f***ing girly candle?
Because it's kitschy.
It's kitschy.
Yeah, kitschy.
You know that,
Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, Otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, Otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, Otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny? Bunny, otter talk. Otter talk, Bunny. What? You tell me.
Tomorrow.
Don't take it out on the buttons, buddy. Are you talking to Bunny?
This is an example that animals also have emotions. This cat and dog were best friends. Sadly, the dog died, leaving the cat alone.
You do have a signed search warrant to be here.
On what grounds, ma'am?
I'll give you the copy of it.
I know,
you
but
can read through it.
give me a copy. I'm asking you on what grounds you.
I'm not the case agent. I just have the signed search warrant for it.
The judge signed it.
What personal place first?
I'll look through that.
I'm looking for your name.
My name's not on there.
No, the name that you're actually looking for on this warrant. That's what I'm looking
It's
for.
the location of the. So right here is a picture of your premises. This is not an arrest warrant.
I know, but who is this here?
If y'all can, yeah, just give me. This is not an arrest warrant. This is a search warrant.
Okay, this person that you're looking for don't even own this building.
That's fine. So we have a lawful authority to be here.
Okay,
with
but
the search warrant.
So you broke into my building looking
No,
for.
we didn't. We didn't break in.
Which one of y'all gave them the key to this building?
That we could come here to search the place.
What judge is that?
I don't
So
know.
you want to read it on
Yeah.
the search
Yeah,
warrant?
you'll see it on
a
the search
copy of it right now. That is all we're required to give you. Okay, you can speak to the case agent about it later. Okay, you are not allowed to enter the property for the time being. Okay, you're not allowed to enter any of this area. Okay,
You have it.
thank you.
Yeah, we don't have to have a key. We have a
But the
law.
person that you're looking for on that paper there don't even own this building.
Here's a copy of it for you.
This is how much damage they did to Gaza. Holy sh**. This is versus June versus December. In 6 months. Look at that. Bro. Oh my God. Holy sh**. They killed all the trees. This is how much damage.
Good morning, Horace. Sweet Sister Sadie. Where the hell did you get that? I've had it a while.
I heard about the car. Fabulous coming after you.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's another horned shark egg casing.
No.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's another horned shark egg casing.
Now Paul is a real estate novelist.
And while Refuse Fascism is denying paying any protesters in our nation's capital, our commander-in-chief continues to say he did to fight my attack on crime. This claim, not yet proven by the does exist. One company, Crowds on Demand, markets itself as providing services, quote, for impactful advocacy campaigns, demonstrations, PR stunts, crowd.
People I've exposed in the past and this done. Welcome back to the show.
This is David Chung. Yo, what's up, David? See you again. You want to talk at all about the last video? No, I'm good. What did you think of it? Everything? Yep. Bro, they're paying you $80K a year to protest? Is that wrong? Is that wrong? Tell me if it's wrong.
No comment. I recognize David from when I exposed him in one of our previous videos. He stopped my interview with another guy that's in this video as well.
Do you think that, what's that? You gonna stop him from interviewing me?
Documents, you'll
Inshallah.
In the meantime, I do want to talk more about these protests, the situation in general, and de-escalation tactics been around for more than a decade, providing everything from paid protesters to hired paparazzi and fans. Crowds on Demand helps organize rallies, demonstrations, PR stunts, and a whole lot more. Adam, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Josh, pleasure to be with you.
All right, and first off, the big question that I want to start by asking you before we get into those de-escalation tactics. Now, we are talking about paid protesters and demonstrators with your company, but we're not talking, and I do want to make this distinction, about folks who are violent and confronting ICE officers screaming at them, correct?
Well, Josh, that's a very clear distinction to make. Crowds on Demand does not engage in any unlawful forms of protest. That obviously includes violence and vandalism, but that also includes blocking a road without a permit, right? That is an unlawful form of protest. We are a law-abiding American company. We have no interest in doing that. We live in a country that celebrates First Amendment expression, that gives us the right to lawfully protest. There's absolutely no excuse or reason to protest unlawfully.
And you have been tracking all of this here kind of over the last decade or so.
Well, it is troubling that there are some groups that appear to be using paid demonstrators to create chaos on the streets. Some evidence of that includes like the bricks that people have been distributing on the streets of Los Angeles, tactical gear, right? When you see people distributing mass tents that look all the same, it's obvious that there's money behind it, but that's not money behind lawful expression. That's money behind unlawful expression. So I've noticed that more and more groups are wading into that. Crowds on Demand, and I have sought it myself to be a part of the solution, not the problem. So I've been outspoken in the media saying, yes, we need protections for protesters, and we also need protections to make sure that that protests are lawful, right? There can be no law and order without justice. There can be no justice without law and order. And I feel that that very much applies when it comes to protests.
And what you're looking at right now is some of the video from the past several days coming in from Minneapolis and other cities as these protests draw. We're talking hundreds upon hundreds of people. And some of these videos actually show people outside of one of the hotels where those ICE agents and officers are believed to be staying. So things getting a little complicated there, and at some points becoming actually violent. So based on your experience, what are maybe the core best practices for de-escalating these protests that go on for days and days like we've seen here?
Well, number one, Josh, is that de-escalation is a two-way street. If there is any tension, is to try to develop a point of contact on the other side. So if you're leading a protest, right, what you wanted, and you feel that the officers are not being fair in dealing with your protesters, then escalate it. Find a higher level officer, find a chief of police, a captain, a lieutenant, and advise and say, well, look, can you tell her that she's gotta, and say, well, look, can you tell her that she's gotta get her car out of the road because what she's doing is impeding federal officers, and she could face serious charges if she continues, right? She could face serious charges if she continues, right? So giving people the opportunity to retreat from a situation, to extricate themselves from a situation, is a very important part of de-escalation. And I am not seeing nearly enough of that, both by either by authorities or by the protesters.
Talking about transparency, things of that nature, accountability, all of that, how does that factor into de-escalating these situations before they do escalate into violence?
Well, one part of transparency is again it's giving people kind of forewarning that a protest is going to happen. So we're talking about, of course, still a lawful protest, but if you advise authorities, if you're going to have a 200, 300, 400 person protest in a residential neighborhood, advising authorities that this is what we're going to do can also help, because when what I've seen is that the most problematic incidents are often when the protest sort of shows up by surprise. There's a small number of officers, they feel overwhelmed, and that sometimes leads to officers being more rash in their decision making. So part of it is you asked about transparency of giving people warning. Moreover, on the officers' side, the officers should be very clear. Number one, giving people the opportunity to exit a situation, drive away, leave, right? But number two, being transparent about saying, if you say this is what is going to happen, right? And be very clear, speak with respect, speak with dignity.
As you watch kind of these protests come together and you see there are a lot of different officers, law enforcement that are there. We're talking, of course, about the federal agents who are on the scene. How exactly do law enforcement, how do they go about necessarily protecting the public's right to protest, but also ensuring that the people there do stay safe? I have to imagine it's kind of a fine balance.
Absolutely, and those are not mutually exclusive. Those actually complement each other. When our society is at the best, we can have very expressive First Amendment displays while preserving public safety. And I think the way that you do it is you draw a clear line. You have transparent communication with the protesters saying, we will protect, not only will we allow you to protest, we will protect you from counter protesters if you do it the lawful way. But if you break the law, we're going to punish the law breaking, right? So number one is to treat people as individuals, right? So you showed just a couple minutes ago protesters kind of storming a hotel. Well, that is illegal. That is trespassing, and it could potentially be something even more serious, right? So to say, hey, if you want to protest outside this hotel, you have every right to do so, right? But if you are going to storm into private property, that is grounds for arrest. So what I think is not done enough is that the authorities are defaulting to using tear gas and all of these sorts of things, and instead of distinguishing between the protesters who are engaging lawfully, right, who you may or may not agree with, and the protesters who are actually doing something unlawful. And it's the people who are doing something unlawful that need to be held accountable. And I'm not seeing enough of the authorities distinguishing between the two.
Adam, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and talking about all of this here. We can see again on the left-hand side of your screen, day 4 of these protests getting underway. This is a live look over in Philadelphia at this hour. Anything, Adam, that you want to mention here? Anything we missed before I let you go?
Well, my one advice to anyone trying to build a protest movement is to try to ask yourself, what is my goal in doing this, and who do I want to reach to do it, right? So one of the challenges with the ICE protests is I correctly predicted that the more aggressive the anti-ICE protesters get, the more ICE agents will actually be deployed. So if this is actually about reducing the number of ICE agents in the city, that I think there's a more subtle way to go about it. There's a more effective way to do it. I think that these protesters need to keep their eyes on the goal rather than letting emotion take hold. And when emotion takes hold, that is often when people do things that are rash. And that's true for protesters. That's true for law enforcement. So let's think with our heads. Let's not think with our id and our baser instincts.
All right. Adam Swarth there over at Crowds on Demand. Thank you so much for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it. I'm sure we'll have you back soon.
As California considers a ban on fur, opponents packed a state hearing this week saying the measure could hurt small businesses.
But as Susie Steinley reports, these people may have been motivated by dollar signs.
Cassie King rescued her bunny Mabel from a fur farm last year.
They'll use bunny fur to just line gloves or really such trivial things that animals should not be dying for.
She's a passionate activist who has been in Sacramento regularly to support AB 44, a bill that would make California the first state in the nation to ban the sale of fur. It's something San Francisco and LA have already done. Recently, Cassie noticed the opposition to this bill was growing at public meetings.
We were all scratching our heads looking around, who are these people who suddenly showed up to oppose the bill when the opposition has been virtually non-existent.
So her activist group Direct Action Everywhere looked into it and claims most of the people supporting the sale of fur had been paid to be there. They found Facebook posts from 2 of them asking if anyone in LA was down to make an easy $100. Others offered another chance to make easy money fighting tyranny. This contract offers fake protesters $175 per performance and includes a non-disclosure agreement. Paid protesting is a growing industry. Companies like Crowds on Demand bring paid actors to rallies to inflate the amount of support for events like union disputes or political protests. For Cassie, as an actual activist, it's concerning and has her questioning certain crowds.
It's terrifying what money can buy. It can buy people's voices. It can buy people's concerns. We need these real grassroots supporters to show up, to get active, and to speak out.
So if that bill in dispute they're talking about, if it passes, it would take effect in January of 2022.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. Love that 7-day forecast there. Weekend always in view. Well, it's time for Verifying this Monday morning. If you've been following the news, you know it was a chaotic weekend with multiple protests in cities across the country. Now, there have been conspiracy theories and misinformation all over the place. People on social media started claiming that many of these protesters were actually paid to be there. They pointed to websites like this. This one's called protestjobs.com. The service is claiming to offer professional protesters for hire for a cost. So this morning, we're verifying, is protestjobs.com a legit service? All right, right away, there are some red flags. If you click on the button where you can supposedly hire protesters, it brings you to a contact form that ultimately doesn't work. Then there are these so-called testimonials from people who supposedly made money being a protester. If you read the testimonials, they are clearly tongue-in-cheek. Let's read this one from a woman supposedly called Feather Wilson. It reads, quote, "Protest jobs was great work to supplement my trust fund income. I work only 3 protests a year and make over $9,000 for shopping with my girls. Screaming at the top of my lungs, never felt so good." That's clearly meant to be satirical. And these are very obviously stock photos. Not to mention, the Twitter account associated with the site came out expressing that the whole thing was meant to be a joke. Now, I want to make something very clear. There have been valid reports of people being paid to protest in the past. We haven't independently verified those claims ourselves, but it certainly is a very real probability that they exist somewhere. But as for this website, protestjobs.com, we can verify this absolutely is not legit. Hey, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter. You can send me an email, crogers2@kcentv.com. Those are all the ways to get in touch with me.
So when you see Democrats protesting, are the people there paid? When you see congressional, the town halls, the outbursts, are those people paid? Is it all set up? We've seen a lot of turnouts recently, right? Especially after the president was reelected, right? Huge anti-Trump rallies, massive anti-Doge rallies. My next guest says many of these people are being paid to protest, but that doesn't mean that they don't have passion or purpose. And money is not necessarily their motivator. Let's bring in Adam Swart, the founder of a group called Crowds on Demand. Adam, thank you very much for joining us.
Chris, it's a pleasure to be with you. And let me say I'm a huge News Nation fan. I love that you call out people who are wrong using the awesome power of the First Amendment, whether they're Republicans or Democrats. Crowds on Demand does exactly the same thing.
We're taking a closer look at the ammunition used in the ambush of a Greenville police officer on Sunday morning. Authorities say the suspect fired at the officer while he was sitting in his patrol vehicle. 70's Larimer spoke with a gun shop owner.
You're paid to host your show. Does that mean you are not legit?
Not enough.
What's typically a center for safety turned into instant chaos.
Might as well be doing it for free. Bad comparison.
This is video of the parking lot at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center off of McGee Street. Agents with the State Law Enforcement Division say 42-year-old David Lane ambushed the officer, firing at him. But the type of ammunition that was used is what we asked gun shop owner Kellett Stevens about. SLED says Lane used incendiary ammunition.
A few $100s to go out to a rally.
Similar to a firework, it's also known as dragon's breath ammunition.
Is sincere when he's getting paid tens of millions, and a protester is not sincere when they're getting paid hundreds? I feel like I just questioned
Take a look at these photos of the patrol car. Part of the door and mirror are charred.
To demonstrate in any way delegitimizes you and your
several
beliefs.
holes in the car too.
Well, it's interesting. While you're talking, I've been interrupted by my EP several times who's saying, what about a juror? What about a juror? What about a juror? A juror is a civic duty where you are being taken from a job and therefore there's an accommodation made. It is not a good analog, nor is yours about what I do for a living, because a protest is supposed to be a demonstration of political will from a non-professional. It's not, I'm a professional protester. That's what I do. That's what actors are.
No, but Chris, do you not understand the idea that for some people, going out to a protest is a lot easier than others? Working class people in this high inflation economy, right, have trouble expressing their views because they can't take time off to go to a protest. They don't have easy access to childcare. These are things you have eloquently spoken about on your show. So do you believe protesting should just be the purview of the wealthy? What we do at Crowds on Demand is we connect people who are passionate about a cause with compensation to go out in favor of that cause that they are already passionate about. So there's nothing in any way untoward about that concept.
Do you think it passes the smell test?
Absolutely. It smells great. And by the way, we always make sure that everyone that we use is vetted. They're peaceful. That's just an important thing to clarify, is that any protest that Crowds on Demand does is peaceful, law-abiding. We don't vandalize buildings. We don't block roads without a permit, right? These are peaceful, articulate, passionate demonstrators who are interested, passionate about the subjects that they are in. Now, I see the B-roll that you have of demonstrators being kind of creating a ruckus.
Those are not your people.
Those are not our events.
All right. I understand that. I apologize for that. I didn't mean to suggest that. Give me a very quick take on something. What is your basis of suggesting that some Tesla protests are funded by hedge fund managers?
Well, Chris, follow the money. And I want to be very clear that I am not singling out anyone in particular. But when it comes to Tesla, there are people who have lost tens, hundreds of billions of dollars shorting the stock. Now, News Nation has a smart audience, but shorting a stock is when you're betting against the stock. You make money when the stock goes down.
They've made billions. They've made billions. They haven't lost billions. They've made billions.
Yeah, but Chris, these guys over the years, over 15 years, they've lost a ton of money overall betting against Musk and betting against Tesla. These guys are not political, right? They're apolitical. They're not Democrats or Republicans. They see an opportunity with Musk's involvement in the Trump administration to recoup some of their losses or to make bigger gains, right? If you simply follow the money, and there's more and more evidence coming out that that these guys have some role. Again, not naming anyone in particular, but
I got you.
If you follow the money and you look at just how big the Tesla boycott movement has grown, it really does pass the smell test that there is a lot of money behind it.
Adam Swart, I appreciate your perspective. I appreciate you explaining the situation with what you do and why you think it works for democracy. Appreciate having you.
Chris, thanks so much for having me on.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Do you have a job?
Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now! Shame! Shame! To the human race!
Why are you wearing a mask?
To the human race!
Why are you wearing a mask?
Because my nose is cold. Why do you care if I'm wearing a mask?
I'm just curious. Just a question.
Agitated!
This is the crowd, and they apparently are policing their borders. So they're policing their borders here, which is fascinating.
Shame! Shame!
Oh, bro, it's so boring.
Shame! Shame!
Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Shame! Shame! I'm getting paid right now!
Well, and as we were leaving in our vehicle, they did what they can do. They gave us all the finger. I think they secretly liked us, so.
George Soros funding the No Kings protest. Well, we recently got a document showing all of the different NGOs, all of the funding they received, and many people are saying it is prominent Democrats and liberals that are funding an inorganic protest. But I tell you what, well, Democrats are claiming it was 7 million people. We actually did a small assessment based on photos, videos. I don't think it was anywhere near 7 million, but I got no problem being wrong. I just think liberals are lying about the size of this protest. Now, they've come out and said this is the largest protest in U.S. history. It's not. There was some environmental protest, I guess, in the 70s with 20 million people estimated to come out and say we want a clean planet. And this protest, I think, I'd put the estimate around 1 million, I guess. Taking a look at these photos and videos where everyone's saying, look how big this crowd is, there's millions, and comparing it to the events that I've been at, notably the May Day protest 2012 in New York City, which stretched miles down Broadway. That was only 30,000 people. So we see these photos, we see these videos, and Democrats are dramatically overestimating, in my opinion, the size of these protests. But the question is, what was it all about? Who was funding it? And is it really George Soros? Well, the Trump administration says they are going to be investigating these No Kings protests. Many people are facing serious federal charges, notably a man who was telling people to buy guns to kill ICE. The scary thing, that statement was only a slight degree worse than what Don Lemon said. Now, Don Lemon, for those that don't know, he had come out last week or a couple weeks ago and said that people should take up guns in the event that ICE comes to black bag you. I'm paraphrasing. What he said was, if you're a black or brown American and people are removing you from your homes without due process, or kidnapping you or whatever. That's what the Second Amendment is for. Well, the issue is that's technically not correct. The argument would be if a strange criminal man is breaking into your house to kill you or kidnap you, you defend yourself. But he's insinuating duly sworn law enforcement officers enforcing the law for which we, the American people, have elected a president to enforce. He's saying that is kidnapping. And that's how insane things are getting. Well, let's take a look at these funding sources and where we're currently at. Now, we have this story from Newsweek. President Trump said his administration is probing whether the billionaire philanthropist George Soros and other radical left lunatics helped to fund the No Kings protests on Saturday. Through his foundation, Soros has heavily funded progressive causes across the world, including the U.S., and become a bête noire of the conservative, I'm probably not saying that wrong, right. Trump has also recently designated the far-left Antifa movement as a terrorist organization. I guess the protest was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics, Trump told reporters on board Air Force One as he traveled back to Washington, D.C. from Florida on Sunday night. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. We have the clip here. Let's roll tape.
Over the weekend, the No Kings protest.
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Mr. President, besides San Francisco...
And by the way, I'm not a king.
Trump is wrong. He is completely and totally wrong. Please, liberals, clip this. Donald Trump is wrong. The No Kings protests were the most effective protest we have seen in generations. Pause for dramatic effect. Because now we have no kings. Wow. You know, I was worried for a minute, but then these people went out to the streets protesting, and I said, someone please help prevent a king from taking over. They marched. They threatened violence, and then we didn't have a king. So it worked. Congratulations. What a heck of a protest. Now, in all seriousness, my friends, we know the intention of the protest is to create public perception. The reason why they want these photos, the reason why they're claiming 7 million, which is a lie, is because they want people to believe they have the moral majority. They want you to fear that if you oppose them, they will destroy you. You see, Donald Trump won the popular vote. Crazy, right? They didn't like that very much. So then they, of course, start claiming that, you know, oh, it's because Biden had to drop out. If only Kamala had more time. And they're saying, well, he may have won, but his polls have dropped immediately. They started making memes. Fell for it again award, where they're posting people wearing. Now, here's the thing. You may be saying, let me pull this up for you guys. Fell for it again award. This is the meme being shared by the left. I got to admit, it's one of the first memes the left has that actually ain't bad. And I'll just show you all of them. You know, the left struggles with memes, to be completely honest. So you have all these different, here's what it is. Fell for it again award. And then you've got like a guy in a MAGA hat with a whole bunch of them. And he looks sad. This is actually one of the most effective memeing that I've seen the Democrats do. However, you may be saying to yourself, oh, but I don't understand. Fell for it again. I'm extremely happy with what Donald Trump is doing. Indeed. You take a look at the deportations. We've got the latest report. Something like 500,000 illegal immigrants have been deported so far or more. You take a look at Donald Trump's tariff policy, his border policy, his going after the narco gangs, his peace agreements, the deals that he's been working on in the Middle East, whether you like the Israel or Gaza situation. Regardless, there are a lot of people that are saying, I love what Donald Trump is doing. But the Democrats put out this meme saying fell for it again. And Trump supporters are like, huh? What do you mean? We got everything we wanted. Except the Epstein files. Fair point. Because the point of the meme is for liberals, not for you. They're not arguing to you to make fun of you, to make you angry. That is not the intent. Now, some of you may get angry when you see it. You're like, I didn't fall for it again. No, they're not making this meme for you. They're making it for each other to justify why they are correct. Donald Trump won the popular vote. Ha! That must mean you fell for it again. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here being like, look at all the people he's deporting. Fantastic. The actions that Donald Trump has taken largely have been good. I'm a big fan of the tariffs. Big fan. Trump, spot on. And it's funny because with these tariffs and these policies, I see a lot of people, even libertarians, saying, got what I wanted again award back at liberals. But understand, you don't need to convince a Trump supporter that they didn't fall for it, because Trump supporters don't understand what fell for it again meant. The point is, since Trump won the popular vote, Democrats are in a weakened position morally. We see the Bud Light effect. We see Target. We see these companies, Disney, seeing a backlash to woke garbage, and they're starting to abandon it. NBC, I think it was NBC, got rid of their like DEI division or whatever it is they were doing because they realized, hey, people don't like this. We're losing money. Democrats need to assess. However, they're not. What they're doing instead is getting more and more violent. So with these protests, the purpose of the funding of these protests, which I have some images to show you, the purpose of it is to create the perception they are the majority, because then regular people will fall in line. They're hoping that you, good sir, at your accounting firm in your big New York office who hate liberals, get scared again. And you think to yourself, I better not speak out. I was talking to my wife about the calamity, the chaos, the violence, and it's getting serious. And you know it is. And we talked about it a lot last night as to how we address this, deal with this. And it is increasingly difficult. The security factor, the point is, for those that missed the segment, a man driving through North Carolina stopped at a Trump supporter's house and tried to murder him for no reason. He was just that angry. And this is Radio Rwanda level stuff, where it's just people become so incensed and angry at symbols, they decide to murder each other. We are getting to and the Israel stuff too. It's like people are just genuinely, like, their brains are made of jello. They're going insane. It's funny because people called me far right. Now I'm being called a Jew. And I'm like, I don't even know what this means. Either of them. But people are going nuts. Now the left, they revel in it. Because if they can't have the power, best to burn it all down. But these are the conversations. I forgot where I was going with that. I was talking to my wife about a handful of things. I forgot what the main point I was going to make was, but we were talking about moral majority. We were talking about perception. And one of the things that we did talk about, Democrats need people to believe that they are the superior moral force so that they don't speak out against them. Oh, I remember. I told her we have to win. We have to win. And this is for all of you as well. We have to win. There is no hiding. You know, in this conversation around security and how we persist in the face of extreme threats, death threats, and actual violence, I said there is nowhere you can go that will be safe. It is a pipe dream at this point because we are watching degradation. I am not responsible for what's happening in Portland, California, Illinois. That is nothing done by me. This is the state of the world. If the left wins, they'll come to your house. They'll knock on your door. They'll say, hang the Pride Progress flag. And when you say, no, I don't want to do that, they'll bring you to the gulag. I'm being somewhat facetious, but if the commie far left psychopaths win, that's your reality. You know it's really scary. Do you guys want to know what happens if the right wins? If the conservatives win? You're going to have Christmas morning. You're going to wake up and run to the living room where the Christmas tree is, and there's snow falling all around. And the candles are lit, and the kids open their Christmas presents, and you sit there and smile with a warm cup of coffee or cocoa if you're not into the caffeine. I am somewhat joking. For the most part, if the right wins, you're going to have better working conditions. You're going to have factories coming back to the United States, better jobs, better pay, less wealth disparity, all of those things the left claims to want. If the left wins, you're going to have, just to be honest, if you live in any major city, you know what you get when the left wins. And if you speak out, they'll take your job from you because diversity is their strength. Diversity is their strength. When they strip you of community so that you can't organize against them, that's what they're talking about. Now let's back to the story. We have this from MJ Truth Ultra, Whoopi Goldberg. Nobody got paid to protest. Let's play this clip.
Okay. So despite his claim that he doesn't want to be king, he also posted an AI video wearing a crown and dumping feces on protesters.
Okay, I just got to pause. She said, despite his claim he doesn't want to be king, he posted a meme. Lady, I don't want to be king. I post memes. I was talking to Michael Malice, and who was it who asked me this? I was on Brennan Schaub and Brian Callen's podcast. You know, they asked me what I would do if I was emperor, and they asked the question like, policy changes. I said, none. I wouldn't do anything. Like, really? I was like, because you think you're correct about everything, and all you're doing is fiddling with knobs, and you don't know what it's going to affect. I'm not smart enough to be an emperor or a king. Everyone thinks they are, perhaps, but not I. And I was talking to Malice, and he said, that's the famous quote. It was, I think Mises said this. What would you do if you were emperor? And he said, abdicate. And I completely agree. That doesn't mean I want to be king, lady.
A lot of Republicans claim that these are paid protesters and not real Americans
Some of them
exercising their rights to free speech and peaceful assembly. 7 million people.
They just made that number up. I want to stress this. There is no official tracking. They just made that number up. They said, 20 million sounds too crazy, right? It's got to sound reasonable. Let's pick 7 million. Looking at the photos, overheads of many of these protests in large cities, and because I was there during Occupy, and I know the assessments that were given. Occupy Wall Street's estimates nationwide, 300,000 people. I kid you not. New York was a couple thousand. Nationwide Occupy for over a month was estimated around 300,000 people. There may have been upwards of 1 million in ancillary events, meaning some people showed up and then left. But of the actual protests, that's it across the country. We thought that was a big number. Anyway.
Nobody paid anybody.
Wrong.
I mean, the only people getting paid are the people who are in government right now because the government's shut down.
Well,
they're
Congress,
the only ones who are getting money.
She's wrong. It's not true. So this image, I'm going to have to zoom in on this one, is going viral. I don't know if it's exactly. It says no King's partners, and it says Arabella, Buffett, Ford, Rockefeller, Soros, Tides, and Total. And so what this list is showing is these organizing forces for the No Kings, like Common Cause, and how much they received. So their total receipts, $3.3 million. Now hold on there a gosh darn minute. Feminist Majority Foundation, 1 million. We've got Florida Rising Together, 15 million. These appear to be in total. I'm assuming it's for the year. I don't believe this is for specific protests, and it does not mean these people were paid. But as a subject matter expert, my friends, allow me to explain it to you, Whoopi Goldberg, and to many of you who already know this, I've explained it before. The way it works is these people are paid. There are staff members at these nonprofits. They are paid to help organize protests. This may be, I don't know, you could estimate 5%, 10% of the people you see on the ground. They're not paying 600,000 people to march. And don't get me wrong, 650,000 is massive. It's double Occupy. And that's the actual real estimate, in my opinion. 7 million is a made up number because, but there's not 7 million people marching through the streets. It's ridiculous. Okay. What is it? Just an absurd number. What are they trying to claim? We got about 2% of the country, some odd. No, what happens is the people who organize the events and tell people where to stand and create the flyers and the signs, they get salaries. So, yes, there are people being paid to protest. We call this the yellow zone. There's the red, the yellow, the green. You've heard us talk about it. This is how they color coordinate in these direct action meetings. I don't know if they still do. It's been 10 plus. It's been, how long? It's more than 10 years since I've been to these meetings. Actually, no. I was at some of these meetings in 2014 as well. So what they do is they have 3 categories of protester. And you've got red, which is Antifa, violent, and they're few and far between. Yellow, which are the facilitators, they call themselves. And then the green, which is the unpaid random people who show up and join the masses. Without the green, there's no chance for the red. You see the red is very active in places like Portland, where even without cover of crowds, they get violent because they're able to get away with it. The yellow facilitators create these events. Many of them are paid. They'll make flyers. These are the leaders, really, of like Antifa. And they tell people where to stand. And it has to exist. You cannot wrangle cats. It's just not going to happen. There has to be an organizing force so that people know where to stand. That is the facilitators. These are the people who are paid. I would estimate they probably make up 10% from what I've seen, or less, honestly, because you don't need that many. During Occupy Wall Street, maybe 10% of the active protesters were part of these facilitator groups. Not all of them were paid, but the principal actors were, or other kids were just wealthy trust fund kids. They organize and coordinate, lie, cheat, and steal, and trick people into coming down, and sometimes get real people to come down. Don't get me wrong. Like at Occupy Wall Street, they claimed Radiohead was going to be playing and tricked some 2,000 people into showing up to the park so they can have a leftist Marxist meeting or whatever. And it was creepy. Everybody who came was too embarrassed to say they didn't care about Occupy. So I actually was there. I was filming. I was asking people. We knew the Radiohead story was a lie. They intentionally spread the rumor to trick people into showing up, and they did. Then when they got there, they said, I know many of you are here for Radiohead, but before we get started, we're going to do a General Assembly meeting and teach you how we do these meetings and our hand signs. I asked maybe like 4 or 5 people, are you here for Occupy Wall Street? No, I'm just here for Radiohead. And then when I said, Radiohead's not coming, they were like, well, you know, I care about the cause, because they were too scared to be like, I don't give a about any of you. They didn't care. That's the manipulation the left needs, the appearance of mass. The reason why they tricked people into coming to Occupy, claiming Radiohead was coming, was so they can get photos and videos of this massive crowd. And let me see if I can find that, actually. Radiohead at Occupy Wall Street. And let's see if there's photos of it. Yup. Holy crap. No. We want to open this in new tab. It won't let me do it. How do we do it? Here we go. Yeah, they called it a hoax. Look at this image. Look at these photos, man. This is what they were hoping for. They told everybody Radiohead was coming. It was a hoax. They did it so they could get a picture like this, put it in the history books and say, this was Occupy Wall Street. It wasn't. But that was the trick. And who did it? People who were facilitators, who were paid organizers for various nonprofits. I can tell you this definitively. I met a guy. He worked for a local nonprofit. He was paid a salary, and he was told by his nonprofit to go and organize at Occupy Wall Street. Now, he's not a paid protester. He would say, I'm not being paid to be here. And I said, you're getting a salary from a nonprofit that's letting you be here. He's like, they just gave me time off. BS. The name of the game is, you are paid to organize around this cause. We're a nonprofit. We receive donations. We can do whatever we want towards that mission. Occupy organizing is toward that mission. Hey, why don't you take the day off and go check out Occupy? That's the name of the game. And that's who's running the show. The No Kings protesters got people to show up. Don't get me wrong. And a lot of people. But again, this is the trick. From Gothamist, October 1st, 2011. Occupy Wall Street sorry for being victim of Radiohead hoax. What do you mean? They're sorry for being the victim of a hoax. They were the victim of a hoax? That's funny, isn't it? Let's see if I can read. They want me to. Okay, let's see if I can. I'll put in my email real quick. Don't want to. Let's see if we can read this. Read this story. I bet it won't let me read it. Start reading. Okay, there we go. We can read it. You just got to put in your email. All right. Here's the story. Yesterday afternoon, mind you, this 2011, thousands of people participated in the exhilarating existential exercise waiting for Radiohead, Hipster, Great Pumpkin at Zuccotti Park, the site of Occupy Wall Street. Some Occupy Wall Street reporters held signs saying, if you were only here for the band, go home. One protester, Jimmy Holovet, said, if people only come here to see Radiohead, at least they get to come here and see what's going on. Earlier in the day yesterday, a rumor that Radiohead would perform for Occupy protesters emerged, was later confirmed by protest organizers, sending the group's fans into paroxysms, hold on, I just zoomed in, of excitement. The band's management issued a denial, but organizers continued to say it was happening. I can tell you this, I was there. Everybody knew it was a hoax. I was talking to people who were involved, and they're like, yeah, they're not coming. But if people show up, and I'm just like, man, these people are evil. Upwards of 3,000 occupiers walked in silence to what they thought was One Police Plaza, but it was actually the municipal building, a few blocks from One Police Plaza. Upon entering, they began to chant, "We are the 99%. They tricked. Look at this. This is what they do. Here's a video. Hear that? The goal of the lie was to create this image. People who showed up and didn't know what was going on, many of them stuck around and they had their General Assembly meeting. Ain't that something? They lied. They knew they lied. This is the game they play. So, my friends, when they tell you that there are paid protesters, understand the nuance. There's a lot of people who think everybody marching around is getting paid. And when I was there, people were going, Fox claims we're being paid by George Soros. I wish I got a Soros check. That's what everyone was saying. Because they don't understand, as the green category, you're the useful idiot. The facilitators are getting their funding through their NGOs, and their NGOs is getting paid. They's getting paid, and they getting paid well for political purposes. Now, with the shuttering of USAID and other slush funds, this may be near the end. We'll see. I'm going to leave it there, my friends. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Join our Discord server at timcast.com. You must. If you made it this far, you are the chosen few. The people who actually watch and listen to the full show, go to timcast.com, click join us, because I will tell you this. We have to win. We have to win. There is no running. There is no hiding. If the left takes over, they will come to your door. They will make you fly the flags. We've already seen them try. In Portland, a couple of years ago, they went to a man's house for having an American flag and threatened to burn his home down unless he removed it. There's no hiding. We have to win, and we've been winning. But community is the most important thing. Why? They say diversity is our strength. And conservatives hear that and they think, well, that's a weird thing to say. No, it's not. It's not our strength. But you're correct. It's not our. It means their strength. We are not the same as them. Diversity breaks community. It makes it hard for us to organize. Unity is our strength. Join the Timcast Discord server. Tens of thousands of people. There's morning shows, after shows, conversations, meetups. And as a member, you are forming a bond which will create unity and real strength to counteract the manipulative authoritarians. Thank you guys for everything. Stick around. More to come, and we'll see you all in the next segment.
Contractor with a top secret security clearance is behind bars. He is accused of leaking highly sensitive classified material about U.S. military operations based on documents obtained during a search warrant at the home of a Washington Post reporter. Take a look.
Another piece of information that I think is very important is the leaker has been found and is in jail right now. And that's the leaker on Venezuela. We had a very bad leaker. So there could be some others, and we'll let you know about that. We're out on their trail. But the leaker has been found, and the leaker's in jail. And will probably be in jail for a long time. Let's see what happens.
All right, here with more U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is with us. Madam Attorney General, great to have you. All right, when we're talking about leaking about a military operation, if somebody that has top security clearance, in fact, does that, they are putting troops directly in harm's way. What can you tell us about the case, in this particular case, others that may be involved? And when does the press maybe cross a legal line? Because the press is obviously involved in this also.
Yeah, and Sean, in April, I did a memo rescinding Merrick Garland's memo saying that reporters will not be subpoenaed. We will not look at reporters' phones. I rescinded that because we have to protect our classified information and the heroic men and women in the military. And Sean, the First Amendment is a bedrock principle, but this isn't about that. This is about classified material that could jeopardize lives. And this IT guy that worked for Department of War, and Pete Hegseth has been amazing, and he's up against a lot with these people. This guy that worked, he was a contractor, IT contractor, who had classified information, is charged now with leaking classified information involving a foreign adversary. He could jeopardize the lives, the safety of our men and women in the military. So today, it's been reported that the great men and women of the FBI executed a search warrant at the direction of Kash Patel and my office on the reporter's home, seizing the devices that contained classified material regarding our foreign adversaries. And that's what we're looking into now. But the guy from the IT department is in jail. President Trump has made it very clear, you will not jeopardize the men and women in our military, and you will not leak classified information.
I mean, I guess there could be a couple of scenarios. One, if the press was soliciting classified material purposefully, and maybe that could be proven, maybe that can't be proven. Or what if something is sent that's classified and the reporter had no idea it was classified?
If the reporter had no idea it's classified, we have the right to have that returned to the Department of Justice. I cannot, and to the Department of War is where it belongs. I cannot talk about the facts of this case because right now it's just a search warrant to retrieve the information that belongs to the Department of War. But the guy who worked for the Department of War, he is in jail, and he should remain in jail.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to Minnesota. You have multiple employees now that have resigned. They didn't like the fact that there's an investigation into some of these groups. We call it astroturfing. There are different groups, even crowds that you can purchase, believe it or not, which is insane. And they didn't want to be a part of this. And you need to get to the bottom of is who might be financing the instances that would be putting ICE agents' lives in jeopardy. Isn't that legitimate? That seems legitimate to me, especially in light of, an 8,000% increase in the threat level and a 1,300% increase in, attacks against these guys.
Yeah. Sean, we support Secretary Noem. We support our men and women of Homeland Security and ICE who are out there taking predators off the street every day around the country, and they're doing it in Minnesota. What happened in Minnesota? We had 6 prosecutors who suddenly decided they didn't want to support the men and women in ICE. One of them was busy doing a photo shoot with the New York Times while ICE was out there risking their lives. So they came, they said, we want to resign, but we want to use our annual leave up until April, meaning they wanted the taxpayers to pay for them to go on vacation because they decided they didn't want to support law enforcement. So the breaking news tonight, I fired them all. They're fired from the office. And our U.S. attorney there, Rosen, he's great. He was just confirmed 3 months ago. So he's full. And that's what we're facing around the country, the deep state, in many of these offices. And we learned these people had been out there interviewing at liberal law firms prior to this. But I'll tell you what, from a personnel level, they'd be an HR nightmare. So people better look into them. One of them actually in 2022 defended BLM when they burned down a pawn shop and someone was murdered. Yeah, they want to be part of the resistance. Yeah, bring it on. They're not going to be working for Donald Trump and the Department of Justice any longer. But that's what we're up against, not only in Minnesota, but around this country.
That's almost impossible to comprehend, but nothing surprises me anymore. All right, Attorney General Pam. Yeah, go ahead.
And Sean, also, we had our great men and women in the U.S. Attorney's Office in California, in Eastern Michigan say, we'll come in, we'll prosecute those cases. So get ready. Good riddance to the 6 that are gone. Our great other prosecutors from around the country are coming in to protect the men and women of ICE.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Breaking news here. Both Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey are now under investigation by the DOJ. This comes as a federal judge has issued an order that says that ICE agents are not allowed to arrest peaceful protesters. Exactly what is peaceful? Well, we're going to get to that in this video. But first, like this video, share this video, leave a comment down below, and please do not forget to subscribe. Let's start here.
Let's get straight to CNN anchor and chief White House correspondent Caitlin Collins. Caitlin, what exactly are they being investigated for?
It's not totally clear yet, Jake. This is just breaking, and we have confirmed that the Justice Department is investigating Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. A source familiar has told me that confirms what was reported earlier by CBS. And essentially, Jake, as we're still trying to figure out what exactly the contours of this investigation are, we have a pretty good idea so far. And we heard from the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche earlier this week after we had heard these comments from Mayor Frey, from Governor Walz, following the shooting of a woman by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Earlier this week, Todd Blanche was saying that ICE operates in a bunch of different counties without incidents going on. He referred to what's happening in Minnesota as an insurrection and said it's the direct result of a failed governor and an all caps terrible mayor who he accused of encouraging violence against law enforcement, something that Todd Blanche called disgusting.
I just want to say this right up front. When elected representatives, members of Congress, mayors, police chiefs, when they start making certain statements that incite violence or encourage people to obstruct federal law enforcement or encourage people to break federal laws, they could be investigated for that. That's exactly what's happening here. But hey, this is the next step for the administration. I'll just read you this really quickly. Here's the response from Jacob Frey, the mayor. This is an obvious attempt to intimidate me for standing up for Minneapolis, our local law enforcement, and our residents against the chaos and danger this administration has brought to our streets. This is the same guy who says that the people of Minneapolis want police officers to fight against ICE agents. Now, in this next clip, we're going to show you what Todd Blanche had to say. He's leading up this investigation into the governor and the mayor. Take a listen.
When the governor or the mayor threaten our officers, when the mayor suggests that he's encouraging citizens to call 911 when they see ICE officers, that is very close to a federal crime.
This week, 6 employees at the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota who were not aligned with the Trump agenda were fired.
It will not even slow us down a little bit. As a matter of fact, they were fired earlier this week. We've already replaced them. Good riddance. We're good.
And here in Minnesota, DHS tells us today that Operation Metro Surge has now resulted in 3,000 arrests of illegal migrants. Brett.
Now, this move from the DOJ has prompted a huge debate, particularly on CNN, between Scott Jennings and Abby Phillips. She claims there's been no incitement of violence from the governor or the mayor. We know she's blind as a bat, no question about it, because when you're telling ICE, or really when you go out there in public and your police chief looks at you crazy, that local citizens are encouraging police officers to fight against ICE, that when you use words like, this is a civil war, what do you expect the DOJ to do? Of course, they're going to look into your statements. These are the last things that should be coming out of their mouth. They should be encouraging law and order, like, hey, protesters, stay out of the way of ICE. No, that's not what they want to do. Let's go to that exchange between Scott Jennings and Abby Phillips. Take a look.
Where are the alleged threats from the mayor and the governor toward federal officials? Do they exist?
Yeah, look, I think they've made statements that you could reasonably consider to be threats toward ICE agents, and they're gonna take these statements to a grand jury. Abby, they've made plenty of comments that indicate these people we're under federal occupation. We're under federal occupation.
Is that a threat?
It sounds like a threat to me, but we'll see what a grand jury wants to do.
That is not a threat.
That's your opinion. I've got a different opinion. I'll see what a grand jury.
Now, those words are opinion words.
Those are
not threats. They are purely opinion.
He might be wrong. It might be inappropriate, but it's not.
I mean, if you want to move to Minneapolis and take up for these guys, go ahead. I'm just telling you what the point of view of the federal government might be.
I'm just trying to understand what the point of view is. I'm still listening. What else do you got?
They have made numerous statements, Abby, over and over and over again, that they don't think ICE should be in Minneapolis, that they don't think federal immigration laws should be enforced, that they think law enforcement has been put in danger by incitement. That's their view, and they're going to take that to a grand jury. So I don't know what's going to happen in the room, but we'll see.
None of those are threats.
Okay, I don't know about you, but my understanding of this investigation doesn't really have much to do with the rhetoric. It has more to do with what decisions have been made at the local level where it could potentially be a violation of federal law, especially when you're talking about police officers not responding to calls or the local government finding ways to obstruct ICE from doing their job. That's kind of the way that I see it. And of course, if you hate Trump, it doesn't matter what the facts are, right? Let's go to what also happened last night. This is the gentleman who's leading with the most articles of impeachment that has been introduced in the House of Representatives. He just got destroyed on Hannity. And again, it's the hypocrisy that gets them every single time. Take a look at this.
You voted against a bill that mandated the deportation of illegals convicted of sex crimes. Do you regret that vote now?
No, I don't regret that vote. Look, no bill is perfect, and many times.
What if it was your wife, your sister, your daughter that was raped? That's a sex crime. You want that person to stay?
Look, there are multiple things in a bill. I don't agree with every one of them.
Sir, you got to answer the question. If your wife, your daughter, your girlfriend, mother was raped by an illegal immigrant, you voted against a bill that would deport these illegals convicted of sex crimes. You're perfectly fine if they stay in the country.
Sean, look, I serve in Congress. I don't think you ever
That's
served
what you
in
voted
Congress.
on, though, right?
Most of the bills. Look,
Why
most
did
of
you
these
vote for
bills
that?
are not.
Yeah. What world do we live in when we can't even get simple yes or no answers from these individuals, particularly on topics like these? I mean, we just saw it a few days ago. OBGYN can't even answer, can men get pregnant? She refused to answer it. This is how delusional they are. Is this exactly what people want to vote for? Do we really want people like this leading our country? I hope not. I understand the political divide, but this is atrocious.
Another question for
Like I tell you,
in the first case
yes.
in Minneapolis, where this woman accelerated her car at the ICE agent, that ICE agent was injured. Did you know that? Do you know what the injuries were?
Look, that.
Do you know what the injuries were?
That's the only source of that information is DHS, and DHS secretary lies. She lied to me on my face.
You're
in
accused.
my
So you're
committee
saying
hearing.
that the internal bleeding reports are lies. You don't believe them.
I have seen no evidence of that. It is only coming from DHS.
Well, let me ask
and
you this.
DHS
You're a lawmaker. Do you believe in the rule of law and that a person's innocent until they're proven guilty, sir?
Absolutely, absolutely. But look,
then why
what
did you
Justino
call this
did was-
ICE agent? Why did you call him a murderer?
All right, now I have something to show you guys, because if you're like me, where you like to travel, you like to hike, you like to go hunting, or just travel in general in the outdoors, but you hate being cold, you should have a bearskin hoodie for yourself. I have one, and I'm telling you right now, it's the last hoodie you're ever gonna need, because when I spend money on clothes personally here, I want to spend money on clothes that will last a very long time. And that's exactly what bearskin hoodie is all about. Let me just show you a little bit more information. 340 GSM bearskin micro fleece, a 3-in-1 rain jacket, 10 secure pockets, zippers might I add. And it's a flattering fit. And the cool thing about it all is they support veteran causes like the Fallen Outdoors and the Hope for the Warriors Veterans Program. And you could still qualify for 60% off. And yes, you can return it currently right now. So text DeVory 36912. That is 36912 to get your bearskin hoodie today.
Because there was a 4,000-pound vehicle that was being driven right at him. Why did you call him a murderer?
Look, lots of people saw that video. America saw that video. 82%
Why did you call
of Americans.
that? If you believe in due process, why did you say he's a murderer?
Well, see, her last words were, I have nothing against you, dude. She said it in a very civil manner. This person pulled out
and
his
then
gun and shot her
accelerated
4 times.
right at the officer. Clear as day.
I think the better debate that should be had is, why is the local mayor preventing the police chief and the police department from responding to protesters? Meaning what? She should have never been in the middle of that road to begin with. And when she attempted to block traffic, the police should have been out there immediately and removed her out of the way. Why is that always being left out here? That's why the local police is there. Oh, wait a minute. They complain that their police force is too small because obviously they did it to themselves. They defunded the police, Minneapolis, that is. This freaking mayor wants them to call 911 every time they see an ICE agent. So now you want to overload them with these false calls? This is getting out of hand. It truly is ridiculous. All right, now let's go to what AG Keith Ellison had to say, because he knows he's now under investigation himself as well. Here's his response.
Minnesotans are overwhelmingly being well within the law, operating within their First Amendment rights. But I think, you know, the ICE agents are pursuing a policy of, I'll call it, provocation. They're reckless, they're not reasonable, they're clearly not trained well, and that is the situation. Now, it seems to me that everyone I talk to and listen to has been urging caution and restraint by protesters, but also saying that people have a right to protest. It's in the First Amendment. And so I wasn't there. I can't comment on any specific act, but I can tell you that overwhelmingly people are peaceful and disciplined and are protesting well within their rights, and ICE is provoking them or trying to.
I mean, what do you think of everything so far? First, you got this investigation into the governor and the mayor for decisions that may have led to them actually breaking laws because they're literally trying to obstruct justice here. Secondly, what do you think of the congressman or secondly, what do you think of the congressman who can't even answer a simple question that he would want criminal legal aliens out of his state? And then now you got this AG claiming that no, all of the protests are peaceful. These people live in a different planet, in a different reality. And that is something we all have to understand, especially as conservatives. We're dealing with people who are not on the same planet as we are. And so how do you exactly deal with that? I'm not too sure what the answer is, but I'll tell you what, law and order needs to be in effect. It needs to be enforced. Now, let's go to this update because a federal judge has blocked ICE from interfering with peaceful protesters. Yeah, what is a peaceful protester at this point, right? Take a look at this.
Tonight, a federal judge in Minnesota has blocked ICE, CBP, other federal agencies assisting them from impeding the free speech rights of protesters or using force against them unless they are interfering with enforcement activities. Now, it's always how they define that, but this is certainly good, big news from a ruling tonight. This was a lawsuit, of course, that was brought all the way back in December by 6 protesters on behalf of anyone who records, observes, and protests ICE's ongoing operations in Minnesota. The judge even said that ICE is not entitled to stop and search protesters in their cars solely because they are safely following ICE and other federal law enforcement at an appropriate distance. And again, we are still digesting this ruling. As I mentioned to Chris, it just came out. It's a whole lot of pages. We're looking through it. We're combing through it. But one thing is very clear. It is bad news for the Trump administration and good news for the people exercising their First Amendment rights in Minnesota.
Now, this ruling on its face sounds like a loss for the administration. It isn't. This is a ruling that clearly states what the existing law says. If someone's going to peacefully protest, go right on ahead. ICE is not going to arrest you. And ICE is not allowed to arrest you. However, if you do impede operations, block traffic, touch their vehicles, vandalize their vehicles, get in their face, touch them in any way, try to impede their operations, you will be arrested. That's exactly what the ruling is. This is a clear example of, again, mainstream media trying to pretty much run this psyop on the American people that ICE is the true villain here. No, illegal immigration is the true villain here. And that's what they want us distracted from. Now, just to show you an example, if we go back to my original question, what is peaceful protesting? Well, according to members that are elected in that state, they say peaceful protesting is agitating ICE officers. Take a look at this.
And also, I've always been telling people that we have to get back to the ABCs of organizing, that we need agitation before, collaboration. In my state here in Tennessee, we're seeing the opposite of what we're seeing in Minnesota, where we're having the state government partner with these terror agents from ICE and say, how can we expedite this and how can we increase and expand these operations in our state? And so we are saying that we must agitate before we collaborate with these forces of violence. And it's not the first time we faced them. Here in Tennessee, we had another terror group who used to wear masks and hide their identities, known as the KKK, and our folks were celebrating this with them on 10 toes down, their heads up, saying that what we're doing is for generations yet unborn, that we will not allow violence to overcome nonviolence, and that people power is the only way forward.
All right, so he calls them the KKK. Listen, agitate before collaborate sounds like what? Insurrectionist, okay? Invoke the Insurrection Act now. I don't understand what the president's waiting on. Now, obviously, his administration, they are the experts. I'm sure they've talked about this at length. They have their reasons on why it hasn't been done yet. Maybe they believe this isn't really the tipping point yet. Maybe they don't think this is as bad as it's going to get. It doesn't really matter. My point is they're going to keep behaving this way. They're looking to get shot. They're looking to disrupt operations. And until they're held accountable, no one's really going to stop them. Their own party won't stop them. In fact, they're encouraging them to do this. Now, let's bring this story home. Here is Greg Bavino talking about these rioters, and that's exactly who they are.
Anarchists, and I'm calling them anarchists now. These anarchists, these rioters, these bad people that wish to harm law enforcement are now harming American citizens. Those vehicles you mentioned that were vandalized, they've also, we've received reports, vandalized indiscriminately many vehicles in those hotel parking lots. They don't care if it's government vehicles and then they happen to get several vehicles of American citizens, innocent civilians, they don't care.
And that's why I said if these people really cared about keeping their community safe, they'd be collaborating, not agitating. Give me your thoughts in the comment section below to these updates today. I mean, it just seems like every single day things are escalating. Now you have this DOJ investigation into the mayor and the governor. Do you think it's going to lead anywhere? And also, what do you make of the protests that are continuing to erupt to the point where these elected representatives are encouraging them to continue to agitate ICE officers. Just give me your thoughts and everything you got in the comment section below. Now, since we talked about the Insurrection Act, I think it's appropriate that you check out this next video from the president where he gave a clear update on where he is at when it comes to invoking the Insurrection Act. If you missed out on that update and more from yesterday, all you have to do is click on that video because it's coming up right now.
600 people in a massive operation against the Sinaloa drug cartel.
More than 600 arrests were made. 133 of them were here in San Diego.
Federal agents in New York City making the largest meth bust in recent history, and the way it was smuggled into the area.
And seizing hundreds of kilos of fentanyl that could kill tens of millions of Americans.
At 4 a.m. on October 20th, 2025, the GPS screens in the Federal Command Center lit up with 250 targets moving across 48 states. To the rest of the country, these were just Southwest logistics trucks delivering fresh produce to major retailers like Walmart, Costco, and Kroger. They had pristine DOT safety records. They had a 15-year history of on-time deliveries. They were the perfect American success story. But to the 400 federal agents waiting in the darkness, they were ghost units. At exactly 0400 hours, the order was given. Execute Operation Highway Harvest. Across the nation, the trap snapped shut. DEA tactical teams and Highway Patrol interceptors swarmed the trucks simultaneously. When agents cracked the doors of a trailer on Interstate 10, they saw what every inspector had seen for a decade: crates of lettuce and tomatoes. But this time, they didn't stop at the vegetables. They brought in heavy hydraulic tools and pry bars. They targeted the floor of the trailer. Beneath the refrigerated cargo space, concealed by a custom-engineered hydraulic void that had fooled inspectors for 2 years, was the payload.
Users are down. Cocaine and meth is on the rise in our area. We first reported on the increase this summer, and this bust here is proof. The cartels are getting creative in how they're smuggling the drug into New York City.
Plastic-wrapped bundles, vacuum-sealed, color-coded. It wasn't insulation. It was 52 tons of pure crystal methamphetamine. This wasn't drug trafficking. This was industrial warfare disguised as logistics. The Sinaloa cartel hadn't just infiltrated the supply chain. They had built their own trucking company from the ground up. Welcome back. What you are witnessing is the dismantling of Southwest Logistics. For 15 years, this company operated as a legitimate business. They had a corporate headquarters in Texas with glass walls and conference rooms. They had 500 drivers. They generated $300 million in annual revenue. But the investigation revealed a terrifying secret. The company was founded by the Sinaloa cartel. It was owned by criminals, and it was operated by traffickers who wore suits and ties instead of tactical vests. The genius of the operation was the split fleet system. Of their 250 trucks, 150 were legitimate. They hauled real produce, made real money, and kept the company's safety rating perfect. But the other 100 trucks were priority units. These vehicles were modified in a secret garage accessible only to vetted mechanics. They were fitted with $50,000 hydraulic traps capable of hiding 200 kilograms of drugs per trip. And for 2 years, 52 tons of poison rolled across American highways, literally beneath the food destined for your dinner table. But the most chilling part of this story isn't the drugs. It's the drivers. When agents pulled them over, they realized that many of the men behind the wheel had no idea what they were carrying. They were innocent mules, unwittingly driving for a cartel that viewed them as disposable camouflage. The unraveling of this billion-dollar empire began with a single traffic stop 6 months earlier, in April 2025. On Interstate 10, outside San Antonio, a Texas Highway Patrol officer pulled over a Southwest Logistics refrigerated truck for a routine inspection. The driver was calm. His logbook was perfect. The cargo manifest listed 20 tons of tomatoes headed for the Midwest. Everything looked legal. To the naked eye, it was just another delivery. But the K9 unit on scene didn't care about the paperwork. The German Shepherd walked the perimeter of the trailer and sat down near the rear axle, a passive alert, indicating the presence of narcotics. The officers were confused. They opened the trailer, moved the crates, and checked the walls. They found nothing. No smell, no visible bags, no loose panels, but dogs don't lie. They deployed a density scanner, a handheld device used to measure the thickness of materials. The reading on the trailer floor was abnormal. It was too dense. The scanner indicated there was metal and organic material where there should have been only insulation and wood. When they used heavy tools to pry up the floorboards, they found the secret. Concealed in a custom-engineered void were 100 kilograms of meth.
Yeah, 1.7 million pills, meth, and more taken off the streets.
Fox 31's Nicole Fierro got an up-close look and is joining us live with the wild backstory behind this discovery as well, Nicole.
The driver was arrested immediately. He was interrogated for hours, but DEA agents watching through the glass realized something disturbing. He was genuinely terrified. He wasn't acting. He was an innocent pawn. This revelation changed the entire scope of the investigation. Special Agent Maria Rodriguez of the DEA's Strategic Intelligence Division realized that if the drivers didn't know, the concealment had to be structural. It meant the trucks were being built around the drugs. She ordered a deep dive into the company's finances. On paper, Southwest Logistics was a mid-sized carrier with a legitimate income, but the math didn't add up. Legitimate trucking revenue was $30 million a year. Operating costs were $25 million. That leaves a net profit of $5 million. But the bank deposits showed $300 million entering the company accounts over 2 years. The money was being funneled through a maze of shell companies and offshore accounts, all tracing back to Sinaloa leadership. The cartel was essentially subsidizing the legitimate side of the business to keep the trucks on the road as camouflage. To prove it, the DEA had to get inside. They launched a high-risk surveillance operation. They tracked all 250 company vehicles via GPS. A pattern emerged. 150 trucks drove normal routes, but 100 trucks, the priority units, made unexplained stops at a separate maintenance building at the company yard. An undercover agent applied for a job as a mechanic. He was hired and spent 3 months working inside the beast. He discovered that the maintenance building wasn't for repairs. It was a fabrication facility. He gained access using a stolen keycard and found the smoking gun, blueprints for hydraulic lifts, and false floors. He documented mechanics welding secret compartments into the frames of the trailers. These weren't amateur modifications. Each trap cost $50,000 to install and was designed to defeat X-ray scanners. The undercover agent also discovered the two-tier driver system. Most drivers were innocent, but the priority drivers, the ones who knew about the loads,